allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, I'll take attendance. Tracy DeBarber. She's on Zoom.
Present.
Okay. Brian Moore,
Here.
Wendy and Fowler. Here. Louise Sheedy. Here. Okay, I'll note that we do have a quorum. All right. We'll go into the first public hearing regarding application IW 23-10 for proposed fuel pumps, canopy, and additional pavement to be added to site with existing building locating at 801 Rubber Avenue. Applicant Nadeem Khalid. Okay.
Nadeem, do you have anybody? Nadeem, do you have anybody online?
Yeah, James Meyer, then, yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am, this is Nadeem Khalid. We've been, got some comments from, James, Stewart regarding some concerns, so which, James DeMaio addressed it and sent it everybody. So James is online, he can have a, have a presentation online. James?
Yes, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. My name is James DeMaio, professional engineer. My address is 1 McConney Grove in Derby, Connecticut. Yeah, as mentioned, it's 801 Rubber Ave. It's a existing convenience store, and we're proposing to add some gas pumps to it. For the existing property, the structure and in the rear of the property are going to remain existing. It's not going to be touched. There will be some additional pavement added in the front of the building to accommodate a few additional parking spaces, as well as a new pump or area for pumps and a canopy. And then it's estimated that the impervious area will be increased by about 470 square feet. It's not very much, just enough for a few additional parking spaces. And then in order to handle water quality and promote infiltration, we are proposing 2 rows of 2, so a total of 4 Coltec R150 XL HD chambers, and as well as a 4-foot downstream defender prior to those units. The overflow will then go into a catch basin located at the Newman Ave intersection, and then discharge where it currently does across the street. Aside from that, we will be capturing, we are proposing 1 catch basin near the corner of all the new pavement, as well as a full 2-foot wide by 38-foot wide long trench drain to prevent water from going onto Newman. There'll be very minor grading involved on the site. So the pavement will be ripped up, some minor grading done, new pavement put back down. And this way we can really control where the water's going and get it into the areas that we want. There will actually be a net cut from the property. So aside from that, the stormwater system will be subject to maintenance. And then, yeah, I believe we addressed all of staff's comments that I'm aware of. So if there's any other questions, more than happy to answer whatever we can.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any comments at this time? Okay, I'd like to open it up to public comment. If anyone from the public is here who would like to speak on this application, you can come up to the podium and there's a sign-in sheet. Nobody? Okay, anybody on Zoom who would like to speak on the proposed gas station?
I'd like to say something.
Okay, can you, I guess we know who that is.
Yeah,
Still needs to state his name.
Okay, can you state your name for the record, please?
David Rogers, 100 Hill Road.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'd like to share a video.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Read with that.
Ed's making you a co-host now at,
Okay.
Okay,
All right, not technologically most proficient, but can you see that?
I know.
You've got to share your screen.
Which I thought I did, but I'll try it again. Okay. Is that being shared?
It started. Yeah, go ahead.
So this is January 10th on the corner that you're talking about putting on a gas station. That's a flooded car on the bridge across from Noggy Stop. So I don't know how, if we have that kind of condition again, we're not going to have spillage into the brook. That's all I got. Thanks.
Okay, I have a question about the video. Can you tell us, do you know if the water, the brook was, how high up it went? Did it go into the Noggy Stop parking lot?
Well, you know, it looks to me like the whole bridge was up to the car on the bridge is headlights. So I would say that it was definitely flooded. I mean, that's the car on the bridge. And it's like 2 feet deep on the bridge.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak on this application?
Yes, on the Zoom. This is Shagufta Zaid. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Dave, you have to
Shagufta
stop
Zaid.
sharing. One
Yeah,
second, Dave, you have to stop sharing your screen.
I am trying to get it, come back up.
Red button, Dave, that just says stop sharing.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the Zoom. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Shagufta, can you, state your address also, please?
Yes, this is Shagufta Zaid from 1067 May Street, Naugatuck. And I just seen this video. I mean, I think this is something which is not particularly about that area. So I wanted to speak for the proposal of adding fuel station at already established grocery store. We know the address 801 Rubber Avenue. Our town is not just about environment, it's also about fostering economic growth, providing convenience for our residents, promoting community development, and embracing environmental sustainability. I urge you to consider the numerous benefits this proposal brings to our community and support the vision of our more connected and prosperous Naugatuck. I believe this gas station will have like kind of more feasible for our residents who live on that area and they don't have a fuel station over there. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to follow up with that comment that this commission only looks at the effects on the wetlands that the project might have. We don't look at any economic benefits. So just so you know, that would be maybe a zoning issue or something else, but we are only here to discuss the impact on wetlands. Is there anybody else from the public on Zoom who would like to speak? All right. Okay, all right. So I guess last week I went out and did a site walk, and Wendy Ann was out there as well. And just to get an idea of exactly, you know, how big it is in person and where the pumps would go. And, you know, I guess my concern is maybe piggybacks a little bit on Dave's with the fact that the brook was flooded and there was water going over there. And my concern was, you know, when it rains, like where does all that rainwater go to? Because the brook is really right, it's like 25 feet away from the parking lot. So I don't know if the engineer can speak to that, you know, because there is going to be little spills. There's going to be cars driving in and out of there that, you know, might be dripping fuel. You know, since you are going to be redesigning the site, you know, we don't need any of this going into the brook. And you know that area, there's not much protection for the brook right there between your parking lot and the brook.
Yes, ma'am. So, in regards to the leakage and minor spills that happen on gas station properties and the potential for it to be washed away in storms. Typically from an engineering perspective, we view that the first inch is what will basically pick up all those pollutants. Like all of that gets moved during the first inch of a rain event. During that time, the brooks won't be overtopping because that's at the very beginning of any major storm. So during a rain event, during that first inch, it will go into our treatment system, which means it'll get captured in our trench drain or catch basin, go into our oil water separator, then even into our underground infiltration system. In the event that there is flooding, which is a possibility due to the fact that this property is in a flood zone, the system isn't going to back up out. For instance, any of those contaminants that are captured into the downstream defender or underground infiltration system are not going to be drawn back out at that point. All those pollutants will be captured and treated and handled underneath the surface and kind of held there. So even if it does flood, all those pollutants would have been handled already. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. Is there anything that can be done in the design to, help ensure that water from that brook doesn't flood down onto the property?
So you start to get into, I believe in
You may have closed.
yeah. So the problem comes into when you're in a flood zone, you're not able to impact the flood waters, i.e., you're not really able to add more material inside the flood zone to raise it out, because now what you're doing is you're potentially causing flooding in other locations. So ideally, which is why one of the things that I mentioned was that we are a net cut from the site, meaning we are lowering the site slightly, 4 cubic yards. It's not really much. But to prove, and that was meant for the floodplain administrator to understand that we are not adding additional material. So realistically, the only way to get around that is to add more material and get out of the flood elevation. But this property is so small, we don't have the ability to provide enough compensatory storage elsewhere if we were to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Does anybody else have any concerns after seeing the video or any of the other comments from public?
Yeah,
Okay.
James, one question. Can you speak to the system, yes, sorry, can you speak to the underground tanks and the pumping system and how what will happen when they're covered with water?
Are you referring to the infiltration systems?
No, I'm talking about the gas tanks. When the tanks and the fill ports are all covered with a foot of water, what's gonna happen?
So nothing should happen. Everything is watertight, nothing can get in or out. Same thing with the gas pumps, everything is sealed. Even, up a ways into the gas pump itself. So everything should be sealed and contained. So even if floodwaters did rise up, it's not like it's going to siphon fuel out or anything like that. Again, it's all sealed.
Okay, Tracy, did you have any comments to add?
I did, yes. So my question is this, in looking at that video and everything, and there are other gas stations around, and this maybe is more for staff as opposed to the applicant, because I don't think that they would know. But, there's other gas stations around. So has there been any issues with any gas overflowing because of the flooding in that area? As I know that's an area that's prone to flooding. So has there been any issues with anything else that we're aware of that would, with this project, maybe tighten up the project, or that it's comparable to the project, that type of thing? You understand what I'm trying to get to?
I don't, I have not, experienced. I haven't seen any gas stations in town flooding or a situation, that would add any information on this.
The only one that I would suggest that has had a history of a large amount of water is the one on South Main Street by Dunkin' Donuts. That one had the water coming off the hill that flowed through it.
Yeah.
That was a rather large flow that came out into that intersection. There was no issue with any contaminants that I knew from that. Well, that was maybe a couple of years ago, but that's happened a couple times there.
Correct.
But we're not aware of anything happening recently, like with the recent flooding, or, you know, anything that there's not been any contaminants, or there's been no reported contaminants, so that a project such as this would be comparable to what's in the area, and that there shouldn't be any issues with any, or concerns with any contaminants floating due to flooding. I guess maybe that's for Jim, maybe more of an issue, question for Jim.
Yeah, again, I'm unaware of anything that's happened that's caused any issues as far as flooding.
Thank you.
I don't know that there are any other gas stations that are set in a flood area like this either, so I don't know if there's anything comparable, really. So, is it possible to get a peer review on this application? I would be interested in that.
We could keep the public hearing open, and we could try to get that completed by the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, you know, having gone out on the site and seeing this, I wasn't overly concerned until I saw the video, and then that was a little disturbing with the amount of water on the bridge. So I just want to make sure that the plans are, you know, as best they can be for something like this. I don't know what you guys feel about that.
I agree.
What do you think about that, Tracy?
I agree. Yeah, we just want to make sure, yeah, with seeing that video, it kind of, you know, helps us understand a little better the impact of what this could be, and we definitely don't want any contaminants. So if we can avoid all that, we definitely want to make sure that we can avoid all that, and that the plans take that into consideration as well.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to add a little bit. Like I said previously, though, the issue of the contaminants again are going to be transported during the initial first inch of a rainfall event. Flooding events will typically lag behind these rain events. Therefore, it's not something that is going to retroactively come backwards. You know, so all of the surface is essentially going to be treated and going to be by the time, anytime the floodwaters actually do make it up to that flood elevation. And there's not really a way for the system to just send all of it back out.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. I just have another question regarding when you do the construction on the site and you start digging, are you planning on like putting that into trucks and hauling it away just as it happens? So there won't be anything stockpiled there?
There may be a little bit of material stockpiled, but it's not going to remain on site long just due to the limitations of the property. It really is a small property and a small site to where, you know, you got to kind of, it's going to come down to site management. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of room for stockpiling of material. So it's going to pretty much, once it gets dug up, you know, pretty much all the asphalt will probably get ripped up all at the same time, loaded in a truck, removed. There's not a whole lot of material stockpiling on site due to the fact that we're not adding any material. You know, we're going to excavate for the underground detention system. That's going to probably produce the most amount of material aside from the fuel tanks. So it's the fuel tanks and the underground storage, but those are pretty much gonna get pulled out and then they're gonna have to leave because there's no place for them to go back into the site. You know what I mean? So they, that material has to leave and then the tanks and infiltration units have to go in and then proceeded then backfilled right after. So unfortunately there's not a lot of room, so there's really not going to be a whole lot of stockpiling of material. Even if they wanted to, I don't think it's even possible.
Okay, yeah, I just, having been on this site, I wouldn't want to see that either, only because of the amount of rain we've been getting as well. It seems very
Oh, yes.
unpredictable. And, like I said, the site is so close to the brook and the road, and it's not like there's a big wall in front of that brook. It literally is like a little curb and that's about it. So I wouldn't want anything getting washed in there. So, okay.
So, Marcia, the only other project that was close to this was actually the address was 711 Rubber Ave. Right. That gas station, when they replaced their tanks, the brook was directly behind them. And they had the stockpile of dirt right on the site. If you recall.
So I didn't recall that, but
Yeah, we had I think there was administrative approval with that one, but that was just this past summer, I believe.
okay. Thank you, Lori. So we'll continue the hearing, or we'll keep the public hearing open for one more month. Oh, go ahead,
I just
Wendy.
have one question. The canopy that's gonna be on top of the tanks or above the tanks, the grooves that are gonna be in the pavement, are those under the canopy or outside of the canopy?
So the grooves are going to be underneath the canopy. And just for clarification, the canopy is over the pumps, not the tanks. The tanks are off this. I'm just, yeah. So it'll be underneath the canopy. So the rainfall, theoretically, I mean, if rain fell perfectly straight, it wouldn't go into those grooves. Unless it came on an angle or something like that. So the intention of them is if there is a spill, it would go into those prior and stay underneath the canopy so it can then be handled.
Okay, so if there's a flood from the river or the stream that we just saw in the video, that water is gonna hit the residue that's in the grooves first, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, the concrete pad itself is pretty level. There's maybe only an inch or two of pitch across it. So there's really not much. So pretty much, yeah, it'll end up having to come into the property and kind of work its way actually from Newman Street towards the building is almost the way it's gonna go.
You had initially said that the residue, if there were to be residue, it would be moved away first because of the initial rain as opposed to the flooding. My concern is if the grooves are underneath the canopy, the flooding is gonna hit that first, because you just said the rain won't go into those grooves.
Correct. The grooves, the intention of the grooves is to capture them in the event of a spill or an out of the ordinary event. And at that time, there are protocols in place that the gas station has to adhere to in order to clean up the spill and the contaminants. So, and they have a certain amount of time frame to do this in it, which is pretty very quickly. So, there really shouldn't be much of a lag in terms of like enough of a lag to where there's a spill and then floodwaters come up within an hour like that. The odds of that are pretty slim.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anybody have any more questions on the commission? No? Tracy?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, all right, so we'll continue, the public hearing until next month,
March 6th
March 6th,
at 6:35.
6:35 here. And then we'll also look into the peer review before then. Okay, so we'll continue the hearing until March 6th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, it's 7:02. I'm gonna open up the public hearing, the continued public hearing for IW 2308 to be located over multiple parcels on Webb Road and Rubber Avenue. Applicant Apartments at Long Meadow LLC. The applicant like to come up?
Yes, we would. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commission members. Should I call you Madam Chair?
Sure.
Okay. It'll just be habit anyway. Well, it's nice to be with you all tonight. My name is Joe Williams. I'm an attorney for the applicant. And with me tonight are people you're probably more familiar with. My client, Jim Cormier, who is the principal of your applicant. Darren Overton, who's our lead civil engineer with SLR Corporation. And on the Zoom, Darren's colleague, Marlene Antill, an environmental expert with SLR. So since you haven't met me before, at least on this application, I'm a partner in the law firm of Shipman and Goodwin. I work out of our Hartford office at One Constitution Plaza and our New Haven office. And I've worked for a little over 29 years as a land use and environmental attorney, handled a substantial number of wetlands applications and litigation. In fact, some of the major cases from our state's court and appellate court I was involved in, or my firm was involved in. I was recently hired on this application shortly before your last hearing, and I was home sick that night, so that's why I was on the Zoom and didn't say anything, but hopefully I can be more coherent tonight. So I've been asked to review everything. There's a lot of stuff. And to hopefully lend some perspective, help the commission focus on what's important and what is within your jurisdiction. And I hope serve as an additional resource to the commission as to the applicable legal standards governing your review of the application. So tonight I'd like to give a brief overview of what we think are the pertinent standards that are of most relevance to this application. Then I'll turn it to Darren and Marley for a final description and evaluation of our proposal, including several changes that we have made to the proposal since the last public hearing. And we'll of course reserve the applicant's typical right to make closing remarks after any other public comments tonight, Madam Chair. So as to the standards for decision, you, from what I've seen, and I've watched some of the meetings and looked back at the minutes and read the submissions, I believe you've had a lot of information thrown at you, some of which falls outside the purview of what the municipal in the Wetlands Agency in Connecticut is asked to decide under state law. As you probably know, but just to sort of set the table for our presentation, every in the Wetlands Agency in Connecticut is governed by the State and the Wetlands Act and cases interpreting it. And you're delegated your power and authority and supervised by the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And that's why, if you were to go around the state as I do, the inland wetlands regulations in every town pretty much look the same, at least structurally, even if they have a different number for the upland review area. So the question that our state statutes ask in the Wetlands Agency is whether there is substantial evidence of a likely adverse impact to wetlands. Not possible, likely, that's the standard. And our courts have held in interpreting that statutory standard that evidence of general environmental impacts or mere speculation or general concerns do not qualify as substantial evidence. So we're not interested in speculation or just concerns or possibilities. The question is whether there's real evidence of a likely adverse impact on wetlands that we need to focus on. It's also the case under Connecticut law that an upland review area, which you have and pretty much every town has, is not a buffer, quote unquote. That's an old term. It's not a no-build zone or a buffer. Actually, the legislature, state legislature removed the term buffer from the Inland Wetlands Act a number of years ago, specifically for that purpose, to make it clear that an upland review area is simply a regulatory trigger. So if there's an activity happening in that area around wetlands, you have to submit it for review.
And the purpose is to review the activities within that upland review area to see if there's an impact on the wetlands itself. So just because, and our courts have held this too, just because an activity is located within an upland review area does not by itself mean, and does not by itself prove that there is a likely impact to wetlands. In other words, you can be proximate to a wetland and if you do the work the right way, and you have the proper protections in place for sediment erosion control, stormwater, construction, everything else, it may not impact the wetlands. The specific statute that confirms this is section 22A-42A, if anybody wants to look it up after, subsection F. And it's, just to paraphrase, it provides that an inland wetlands agency can regulate areas outside of wetlands so long as it's in accordance with the regulations and it applies only to activities likely to impact the wetlands. So again, you can look outside the wetland as long as the focus is on whether the impact is to the wetland. Another point of Connecticut law is that, and our courts have said repeatedly, an inland wetlands agency at the town level is not a little environmental protection agency or a wildlife protection service. And another statute confirms this, section 22A-41, subsection D, confirms that wetlands includes wildlife habitat in the wetlands, and that an application cannot be denied for a regulated activity in areas outside wetlands on the basis of impact on wildlife, unless that activity will likely impact the physical characteristics of the wetlands. That term is used in the state statute, physical characteristics. And that's where an inland wetlands agency must focus its inquiry, is whether there's an impact on the physical characteristics of the wetlands. And then last point of state law, where in the situations where an inland wetlands agency needs to find that a feasible and prudent alternative does not exist, as you do here, the question under section 22A-41 of the statute is whether there is a feasible, meaning practicable as a matter of engineering, and prudent, meaning reasonableness, cost can be looked at as well, alternative, a feasible and prudent alternative to the specific regulated activity that would cause less environmental impact to the wetlands. And in one case, if anybody wants to look it up after, that confirms many of these legal principles that I was just going over, is called Toll Brothers Inc. versus the Bethel Inland Wetlands Commission. And that's a case that I argued to the state appellate court. It was decided in 2007. And just for the record and for counsel in the room and on Zoom, the citation is 101 Connecticut 597, Toll Brothers versus the Bethel Inland Wetlands Commission. Provides a good statement of many of those principles. So applying the statute and those legal principles as interpreted by our state Supreme Court, and the statute is currently written, should lead us, we contend, to a few observations. First, this application has few direct wetlands impacts, and they are associated with crossings that are necessary to access the developable portion of the property. Our engineers have designed and minimized those crossings to cause the least impact possible at the least impactful location. And so the question under the feasible and prudent alternative test as to those direct impacts for those crossings is whether there's a better way to make those crossings. Can you put them in a different spot? Can you make them smaller? Can you use a different construction method, a bridge as opposed to paving, that sort of thing. You look at whether there is an alternative to those specific activities that would cause less environmental impact. So the question and the test under a feasible and prudent alternatives analysis is not, as I think some have argued in this hearing, it's not, can you just build something different completely on the site? That's not the test. That's not how it works. There's no case law in our state that supports that position. That's a far overstretching of the State Wetlands Act. Plus, as I think you already have on record, and if you would like, you can ask Mr. Overton to go over, we have provided mitigation to compensate for the direct impacts to the wetlands that again are necessary to access portions of the property. Next observation, as to flooding of neighboring properties, heard a lot of testimony, seen images about that. And while that is certainly a serious concern to those folks. It's clearly an existing issue that needs to be addressed. It's not evidence of impacts to wetlands that will be caused by the regulated activities proposed for this site. Next, you've heard some concerns for the historic, our experts have called it farm dump, whatever you want to call it, that the prior use gifted to the property. And we would submit to you that the concerns that have been raised about that material are backwards, because we're proposing to do the right thing and remove it as part of this development project. And we will do so consistent with state DEP guidance. And we would hope everyone should want that. In fact, BL, your independent peer reviewer, agreed with SLR about that. And you have a memo now from Scott Bristol at SLR, who is a licensed environmental professional and a professional geologist, which means he's a groundwater expert, and he's an expert who has a special license in the cleanup of properties consistent with the state's environmental standard regulations. And Mr. Bristol is the only LEP, licensed environmental professional, that you've heard from on this matter. He reviewed the comments that you received previously on behalf of the intervener, found them to be not substantiated, and listed basically what the protocol would be for dealing with those materials that have been dumped on the property. And that's exactly what Mr. Rolls from BL, your independent peer reviewer, agreed with. So there is no evidence of any likely impact on the wetlands from properly removing those pollutants. In fact, on the contrary, the situation will be improved by removing them. And that's typically, as SLR pointed out, that's typically how this sort of thing happens in Connecticut, at least in my experience of about 30 years, is often in connection with a development project, the property gets cleaned up. Last, as for any remaining regulated activities that we're proposing in the upland review area, there's no evidence of any likely indirect impacts to wetlands either. As the appellate court said in that Toll Brothers case I mentioned, if somebody doesn't like the density that's being proposed, that may be a question to discuss with the zoning commission, but that's considered a general policy concern that does not by itself create substantial evidence of a wetlands impact. The density itself is not evidence of wetlands impact. Our stormwater system, we believe, is of sound design. It has been thoroughly scrutinized in a fairly extraordinary way. In fact, SLR agreed and took the extraordinary step of analyzing the entire watershed of several miles, which I had never seen before, but they did that and still concluded that the system will work well and will not cause any impacts in terms of the rate of runoff. And so when you look at the correct information provided, which SLR has confirmed and corrected with regard to the stormwater renovation measures in our plan, the system will meet the state DEP standard, which is 80% removal of total suspended solids. That's what we care about the most, to make sure that floatable pollutants don't get into the waterways. And yet my client, wanting to be as sensitive and responsive to the questions and concerns that have been raised as possible, approved a substantial reduction in the proposal before you compared with what you had before you last month. And Mr. Overton can go over the exact numbers for you, and you have them in one of his memos. But the highlights are that we're here this evening now proposing a 20% reduction in the units compared to where we were a month ago, a 38% reduction in parking, and a 13% reduction in total impervious area proposed for the site. And so we believe our proposal that's before you tonight will not impact wetlands or watercourses. That's my summary. I appreciate your listening. I'd like to call up now Darren Overton, who will be followed by Marley, to review the changes that we've made in a little more detail, to show them to you graphically. They'll give you a comparison with the prior approval you made for this property some years ago, and we'll address some of the issues that have been raised. Unless there's any questions for me right now. Thank you.
Before Darren starts, I just wanted to point out that I'm supposed to have screen sharing capability.
I'll make you a co-host.
Thank you.
So everyone's aware that that's Marley Antle from our office, who will be running the presentation remotely. Marley is filling in for Megan, who is away on vacation. So for the record, again, I'm sure you'll recognize me, but Darren Overton from SLR Consulting. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. And I've been the principal project manager on the project and preparing the design of the engineered site plans that have been submitted as part of the project. So I'd like to start by just going over a summary. If Marley, you could bring up that first graphic. The first graphic we have, and I did submit copies for the commission, an 8.5 by 11 copy of the first graphic and then a half scale of the second graphic. It's a similar graphic to what we presented before. It has the most recent layout on it, as well as an overlay of the existing aerial and then also impact areas that were considered by this commission back in the 2006 application. But I'll start out with a summary of the changes of the site plans that were submitted about a week and a half ago.
Would you like Marley to bring it up? Because she would have to screen share.
Yeah, Marley, can you bring up that first graphic?
I'm so sorry. Oh, here we go. Sorry about that. Can everyone see that?
No, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'll use a pointer, but on the left, or north is straight up on this graphic. On the left-hand side here, there were apartment buildings. There were 2 apartment buildings that were eliminated in this most recent design submission. And those have been replaced with some townhouse buildings, 4-plex townhouses on that side, which has reduced the amount of excavation, retaining walls, impervious, et cetera, on the western side of the site. There were also some adjustments to the roadway there as well. We shifted building 5 over on the east side of the site, away from the property line to be able to create an evergreen buffer along the property line. We also changed the shape of the clubhouse, which is in the middle here. The graphic is kind of small, but it previously had a bump out that extended out to the south towards the wetlands. We removed that bump out and we actually changed the design of the clubhouse to eliminate the grading all the way up to the first floor. We created a walkout so that there could be a lower level that walks out, reduce the grading, reduce the impact, and are able to leave larger natural buffers and create some more enhanced buffers adjacent to the wetlands in that area. And I do have a graphic later that will show, and this entire area was probably the most impacted area by the prior farming activities at the site. We eliminated direct building impacts near buildings 1 and 2. Those are 1 and 2 are these 2 apartment buildings here in the middle. As you recall, there was an alternative 5, that was presented at the last public hearing. There were comments about the fact that we had presented a layout, was not fully designed and engineered, graded, et cetera. We have now incorporated that alternative 5 into the site plan set that you have. It's fully designed. The stormwater management has been completely updated to incorporate that. And a stormwater report has been submitted representing that being included in the design. So a quick summary of the changes, and this was in one or more of the comment response letters. But previously, at the last public hearing of this commission, there were 361 apartment units and 8 townhomes. The current application is 271 units and 24 townhomes. Garage parking spaces associated with apartments decreased from 184 to 120. Surface parking spaces reduced from 233 to 389. That was a combination of the reduction in the units, as well as we did hear from this commission and others about minimizing parking to the extent possible. We lowered the parking ratio for the apartments down to about a 1.3 ratio, which is supportable by IT information that we have. Parking, granted, is more of a planning and zoning issue, which we will have to support the facts in planning and zoning that we do have enough parking for the site, but we have reduced it to what we believe is the minimum that would be allowable to serve the apartments that are proposed here. The commission asked a question about impervious area last time. So total impervious area, as was presented on the plans at the last public hearing, was about 7.08 acres. We've reduced that by close to an acre at 6.13 now. Total wetland disturbance didn't vary a whole lot. 3,690 square feet previously, it's 3,280 now for direct permanent loss. Also, as part of that, with construction of the roadway crossings and the sanitary connections, there's temporary disturbance Previously, that was 6,230 square feet. It's reduced slightly to 6,140. Total upland review area disturbance has reduced by about 0.4 acres from 7.64 down to 7.23. The wetland creation area we are proposing is 10,345 square feet. So if you look at that into, as related to the direct, impacts to wetlands for loss of wetlands for the roadway crossings, which are the only direct wetland impacts we have, other than the temporary impacts for the sewer, that's a 3-to-1 ratio of created wetlands versus the wetlands that have been lost for the crossings. We also have further quantified and detailed the floodplain fill that's proposed. As part of the development in the area of the old greenhouses over on the right side or east side of the project, we have some of the fill for the parking lot is in a portion of the floodplain. We've quantified that total, which is 315 cubic yards. And then on the south side of the site, behind the townhouse units here, where the roadway comes out to Rubber Ave, we have created a floodplain compensation area by cutting the grade down below the existing floodplain. So we're actually extending the floodplain out towards an area that wasn't flooded before by creating this compensation area. And in bringing that grade down, we're bringing it down closer to the water table, and that is what our wetland creation area is proposed. So that mitigation area for wetlands will also serve as floodplain compensation. And we're proposing that at about a little over 2-to-1 ratio. So where we're losing 315 cubic yards of floodplain on the north side of the site, the south side in our floodplain compensation area, we have 715 cubic yards of storage we're creating. As part of the concerns with pollutant renovation that was discussed or provided in the comments that were submitted as part of the record, we did prepare an integrated pest management plan, which is basically a landscape management plan. What it does is it holds the property owner or the property manager to meeting certain protocols to minimize the use of fertilizers, pesticides, as have been noted in prior submissions of comments. Nitrogen and phosphorus were considered pollutants that were noted in those review comments. In my opinion, the best way to control those sort of pollutants and stormwater runoff is to control them at the source and minimize the use of it. By implementing an integrated pest management plan, we limit the amount of use, and basically there won't be broad spread use of fertilizers or pesticides to maintain the landscape for the site. But there will be regular inspections of the landscape. When problems are identified, spot treatments will be done as opposed to broadcast treatments. So one thing I'd also like to highlight, which I went over back in the first public hearing, was an alternatives analysis related to the roadway crossings. So the roadway and wetland stream crossings are designed, as Attorney Williams had mentioned, to current permitting guidance standards, including the Bureau of Non-Detect Local Guidance and that of the Army Corps of Engineers. We expect that as part of these roadway crossings and the direct wetland impacts that are proposed on the site, that we will need state and federal permits for the project. So we have looked at those standards in designing those crossings. The biggest crossing is Long Meadow Pond Brook. That's along the southern portion of the site where Long Meadow Pond Brook enters from the south and goes into the broad floodplain wetland on site. In that location, there is a floodplain and a floodway that we need to cross. The floodway is basically a no-touch. You're not supposed to put a structure in there. It is the guidance from the Army Corps. And again, in that permitting process, we will review the design of the bridge and the impacts associated there. The bridge is a 50-foot span. We believe that's the most feasible and proven alternative. Recognizing that will span the floodway. It will be able to, it's a much larger opening than what is necessary to pass the flood flows, whether you look at what we've calculated in our hydrology as flows or what the stream stats shows you. And it minimizes the amount of impacts to wetlands and floodplains in providing that bridge span. So what other alternatives would there be to providing the bridge? Well, you can try a wider bridge. At some point, cost comes into play. Extending the span beyond US Army Corps standards, which I believe we've already done, extending it further is really not proven. That significant cost would not provide any significant benefit. What's the other option? go to a pipe or box culvert like we've proposed for the other crossings. We've ruled that out as a feasible improvement alternative as part of our design, because that would have more impact. It probably would require, impact to the floodway, and likely have flow restrictions that may cause issues. So what we've proposed for that crossing, we believe is the most feasible improvement alternative for those reasons. The northern tributary, so we have this water course that enters the site from the north. There's a 48-inch culvert that comes under Webb Road currently, and we have a proposed crossing at the narrowest point of the flagged wetlands. So in looking at this, again, we went through a similar scenario. What's the best option there? Bridge, pipe, or box culvert? So in this situation, it's a narrower water course, didn't rise to the level of a bridge. There are functions and values in that water course that we wanted to preserve, so we proposed a box culvert. The box culvert essentially is a concrete bridge. And with the box culvert, you think there's impact to the bed. Well, we oversized the box culvert so that a natural stream bed could be restored in that box culvert, so that basically you're maintaining the functions and values of that water course, and also maintaining a natural stream bottom for the invertebrates and other creatures that will live in that stream channel. So it's kind of a step down from the bridge. The water course itself there is a step down in quality from the main corridor from Long Meadow Pond Brook, and we believe, again, that's the most feasible improvement alternative. Going to a larger bridge structure with a larger span doesn't create any more significant benefits in that crossing, only adds cost, and therefore is not a prudent alternative. And then the other option would be a pipe, which would be more impactful, which we have ruled out and gone with a higher cost option that better preserves the functions and values. And then the last crossing we have, going down to the smallest crossing, we have this side hill wetland here, where is a wetland that's likely there because of groundwater breakout from the hillside that extends northerly across Webb Road up to the high point off of the map here. So there's no watershed beyond Webb Road that feeds that wetland, so it's a very small watershed. We've proposed a pipe crossing here because essentially there's periods of time during the year there's not regular flow in that stream. It essentially dries up. So again, looking at the functions and values and working with Megan and understanding those better for the design, we've proposed a simple pipe crossing there. And it's at the narrowest part of the wetlands, and then again, we believe that's the most feasible and prudent alternative. A box culvert or a bridge will just provide a larger opening that's unnecessary to pass flow. There's no floodway there, and it doesn't create any or mitigate for any other functions and values. Basically, that water course or that wetland there and the connection to Long Meadow Pond Brook basically just conveys surface water runoff from a very small watershed. So the pipe crossing essentially achieves the same function of what the wetland is now. So I just wanted to go over that. We did present that back on November 1st. Been quite some time since has passed since then, so I just wanted to review that. So the next few things I'm going to step through are the letters that we had submitted, comment responses. I did plan to go over the LEP letter, but Attorney Williams I think has already gone through enough detail of that. That was submitted in relation to the farm dump, as it's been referred to on the site. So I think that was covered. We also submitted a letter to BL, and they have submitted as of yesterday a response to that. So I'll go through that. There were two letters that we received from Trinkus Engineering. There were several items that were addressed in the comments in that letter that were picked up in the LEP letter that was provided. So that letter really addresses a lot of the comments related to the Kingsmark study with the rubber waste and essentially the farmed up area on the property. There were pollutant loading calculations that were provided as part of the Trinkus Engineering review. We provided additional documentation, our own pollutant loading computations that focused on nitrogen, phosphorus, and in particular, total suspended solids. As Attorney Williams had mentioned, the regulating standard for water quality is total suspended solids. And the Trinkus computations used a very low removal rate for the hydrodynamic separator. For water quality, we have sumps in the catch basins, 2-foot sumps. We have a hydrodynamic separator that's proposed before the inlet to the underground detention. And then as part of the Southwest Conservation District review letter for the underground storage, they recommended that we have what's called like an isolator road to have a backup to track sediment. We modified the design to, because we agreed with that comment and added that into the design. So we have the sumps, the hydrodynamic separator, and essentially the isolator road in the underground detention. We've also submitted as part of our computations, independent studies of the hydrodynamic separator that were proposed, that were provided by the manufacturer. These are independent studies that were done outside of the manufacturer's control that provide documentation that show that the hydrodynamic separator alone meets the 80% removal standard. And our computations take that into consideration. So we believe we are meeting the TSS standard for the state. Again, we mentioned in the IPM plan, some of the responses in there related to that regarding phosphorus and nitrogen source control as part of the landscape maintenance. We also prepared runoff volume computations to address some of the comments in the Trinkus engineering letter. So we have acknowledged previously that we had an increase in volume. We didn't analyze that as part of our computations because it's not part of the standards in the local regulations or any of the state regulations for volume control. But because the comment had come up in our updated computations, we did do a volume analysis. Excuse me. So the volume analysis showed that we had an increase, and we had mentioned previously that the only way to mitigate increases in volume is provide infiltration. And as has been shown in the Kingsmark study, in the soils information that's been submitted as part of our work, the soils information submitted to Southwest Conservation District, the soils on site are not conducive to infiltration, and there's a high groundwater table. So that infiltration is really not feasible as part of the project. So no matter what we do, there's no way to mitigate for increases in volume. So what I did is look at relating the calculated increase in volume to the overall watershed that we looked at also as part of the updated calculations. And essentially, for the project, we have about an acre foot of additional volume that's created. And that's for the entire 24-hour storm event. And I took and looked at the floodplain area on site, which goes beyond the green wetlands. And we've seen testimony about that floodplain being inundated with water. And that's why it's a floodplain. We agree that it's going to get inundated with water in large storm events. So I looked at, based on the on-site area of that floodplain alone, if we took that volume that's generated, the increase in volume from, as we calculated for the development, and you drop the whole 24-hour volume on that, it would increase the surface water by less than an inch in that floodplain. Now, keep in mind that whole volume of water is not going to be dumped in there at one time. It's going to be spread out over a 24-hour period. If you simply divided it by 24 and looked at how much would be dropped into that floodplain in an hour, it's about 1/32 of an inch rise. So when you look at it, the numbers from the site are very minuscule compared to the amount of flood volume that comes through. There's more detail in the responses. I'm not going to go through this more than necessary, but if you do have questions, I'm happy to answer that further. But in our opinion, the floodplain volume increase as part of this site has no adverse impact on the flooding. And part of the reason for that also is that the peaking of the upstream over 6 square mile watershed, the peak flow and volume coming through that watershed passes after the peak volume and flow from this site. So that volume, the majority of the volume moves out of the watersheds on this site and downstream before the major flood flows and volume from this 6+ square mile watershed upstream comes through that area where you're going to see the highest level of flooding inundation. So for those reasons, this increase in volume is not going to have an adverse impact on any sort of flooding conditions in the floodplain. And we've provided computations to show that. The Southwest Conservation District letter looked at a prior submission of the site plans. We've since revised the plans, which address many of their comments. Clarifications were provided regarding storm drainage and the line retention systems. We agreed with the baseline water testing for TSS, total nitrogen, and total phosphorus. So in our responses there, we did agree to do some baseline testing that's outlined in our responses. And Their letter did ask for other, types of contaminants, and I know that's come up again in the, BL letter. But in our estimation, those three are the primary ones and the ones that should be tested for. But if there are others that the commission would be interested in seeing us test for, we'd be happy to consider that. We also provided further information regarding wetland mitigation, floodplain storage, variable wetland buffers, based on the functions and values that Megan and Marley have both evaluated on the site and was submitted to this commission as part of the wetland delineation and the wetland impact assessment. So, Marley, can you go to the next slide? So the last thing I want to present here is, no, not that side, the one with the existing conditions with the wetlands on it. The overall graphic. So there's been, there were some comments, relative to looking at the site as if it was a greenfield. That there'd never been any prior development, never any impacts, associated with use of the property. As if this was a forested and pristine site. So this plan has a background aerial from 2004. It was the highest quality resolution that we had. And what this shows in yellow is the delineated wetlands on the site, same as what is shown on the plans. The property line is shown in red. Long Meadow Pond Brook, as it goes through the site, is shown in the blue. And the dashed yellow line is the 100-foot upland review area that this commission observes. So if you look at this plan, and we've actually quantified the numbers on it, if you look at Marley, can you zoom into the east side where the greenhouses are or were? So you can see on the east side of the site, there's very little area of that site that wasn't previously disturbed for constructed greenhouses and activity as part of the prior nursery and farming activity. The area that's hatched on there, it's actually blue, but shown up black here, is an area that shows as direct wetland impact from the previous activities. So we've quantified in what's shown in this area as managed area or buildings or greenhouses or whatever. There's barns and things associated with it. Originally back in 2004, we've estimated there are about 0.84 acres of direct wetland disturbance. And that includes, you can see that Marley up in the middle, the wetland here, you can see was substantially impacted, the side hill wetland where we have our first crossing across this narrow part. There's actually a farm road crossing through the wetland, through the wider part here, and activity with planting beds and access roads all through this area. So basically that entire wetland in 2004 was being impacted as part of the prior uses of the property. You can see that access road continues to the west. There are planting areas here where I think there's still arborvitaes that are very tall out there. It spans across and into the channel for the 48-inch culvert that comes under Webb Road. We think that prior disturbance is what's introduced the Japanese knotweed and other invasives that are out there now, that are predominant in the upper part of that channel, and what we're proposing to remove and mitigate as part of the wetland restoration, the restoration and mitigation plan that's proposed and the buffer enhancement plantings. And then if you look at this within the 100-foot review area, basically the red outline is what we've delineated as the prior disturbance area for the activities. That's about 4.8 acres of upland review area that had been ongoing. Didn't go back with the older aerials, but in 2004, it seemed like this was relatively active. I'm not sure how far back those improvements go, but in 2004, that was basically an ongoing disturbance area. Since then, I think the purchase of the property was not long after this. And I believe that the prior operation ceased sometime after this. And since then, the property has basically been left with a number of these structures kind of falling down. There's also some remnants of equipment out there, cars, and things like that. So the reason I bring this up is because I want you to make sure that the commission is clear, like areas along, here where this was all priorly impacted, not only, and those of you who went on the field walk, you see the remnants of the greenhouses that go right up and into the wetlands. Where we're creating separation distances of 30, 40, 50 wetlands with our proposed development and proposing to plant buffers, we're creating a buffer that is better than what existed back in 2004 and what's existed up until now as the property has been fallow and basically become overgrown. So I just wanted to make sure that it was understood, because I think some had the impression that this was a greenfield site, and any impact within the 100-foot review area that we were proposing was basically a loss of natural vegetation within the buffer. And I just wanted to make it clear that that's not the case. So the last thing I'll mention, and I'm not going to go through this in detail, we did receive an updated third review letter from BL yesterday. I did submit for the record tonight some additional clarifications to ongoing issues, comments that still were not completely addressed in there. I did submit that. It's mainly for the benefit of your third-party reviewer. I am prepared to go through that if the commission would like, but it's in the record and the information is there. That concludes everything I had to present. If you have any questions for me and you want to ask them now, I'd be happy to try and answer. If not, I'd like to just turn it over to Marley to talk about the wetlands functions and values, and the buffering and mitigation that we propose as part of the project.
I would like a copy of your comments.
They're online.
Everything is online on the town. Yeah.
Okay, we can let Marley go ahead first.
Okay.
I have a question. Oh, I have a question.
You'll have your time.
Oh, at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do public comment in a little bit.
All right, so, hi, everyone. I, just to piggyback on what Darren, explained, the current plan has shifted the work area to reduce impacts within the wetland and 100-foot upland review area on the site. We also present variable wetland buffers on the site, and the reason that the buffer to the wetlands varies is that the buffers are prioritizing the highest value wetland system. So that would be Long Meadow Pond Brook and the emergent floodplain wetlands that border the brook. And just to point out on this figure, the light teal line represents the wetlands as they were delineated back in 2006. And the green, all of the shaded green are the boundaries that were delineated recently by.
You're not displaying the graphic I think you're presenting to.
Oh, I apologize. Let me.
There it is.
Sorry about that. So, yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that the wetlands as they've been delineated recently by SLR have a more conservative boundary than those that were previously delineated in 2006. And so you can see that with the previous lines, the current plan as it's presented would be pushed back even further from those wetlands, but the current plan to date does have a larger buffer area between the limit of disturbance and wetlands. And as I was pointing out, this buffer does prioritize the highest value wetland on the site, which is this floodplain emergent wetland and Long Meadow Pond Brook that conveys flow all through the wetland. And we are, as Darren was mentioning, I just wanted to kind of show the detail here of where the wetland creation area that Darren mentioned will be. So it's just to the rear of the southernmost townhouses on site. And as he mentioned, that's over 10,000 square feet of wetland creation. So that's Essentially, it's actually a greater than 3-to-1 ratio of wetland creation to wetland loss from the 3 road crossings that Darren already went into detail about. So within this wetland creation area, the project proposes the planting of nearly 300 native wetland shrubs and the seeding with a native New England wetland seed mix. The same species that are proposed within the wetland creation area are also proposed to be planted between the limit of disturbance and wetland boundaries across the entirety of the site. And this would be following removal of invasive species. So with this additional work, this project would be enhancing existing wetlands on site along their periphery. So overall, the last thing I wanted to say is just that the project is balancing the constraints of the site. So there is this high quality wetland on site, but this is going to be balanced in the short term with our best management practices in sedimentation and erosion and construction phasing, and in the long term, the stormwater management, as Darren already explained, is going to be managing peak flows and the migration of treatment of runoff into the wetlands. In terms of impacts to the wetlands to the north, as we can see, this current proposed plan does avoid direct impact to these northernmost wetlands. And as we explained, the variable buffer leaves a buffer between the wetlands that's, I think I will leave it there unless there are some further questions.
Any questions for us?
I may have a couple for you. Just give me 1 second, please. When of the other commissioners have questions?
Actually, I do. I'm a little concerned because of the sensitivity of the area. If the limit of 100 foot in the upland review area is adequate, if maybe we could go a little farther, as per case law, I recall from a previous meeting that we can look up to 200 feet as opposed to 100 feet. So I'm wondering if that's something that we should consider. As far as the effects of, especially upstream and downstream.
Thank you, Brian. I believe, is Attorney Fitzpatrick on this call?
Yes.
I believe we can, I think the 100 is just a suggestion. I don't think that, I think we can go further in reviewing, if Ned could speak to that.
I'd be happy to offer something to Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'll wait for him though, if you will.
You'll
See if we can get him.
Marley stop sharing.
Oh, Marley has to stop sharing.
Marley, can you stop sharing your screen, please? Thank you. And Ned, did you hear that question?
Yeah, so my response is that, and was there a question about how far we can extend the upland review area? Is that what the question was?
Correct.
Well, right now, we have 100-foot upland review area. So, and the legal question is whether or not the disturbance created in that upland review area is going to create harm, or is likely to create adverse impacts to the wetlands down below it. And that's a matter of expert opinion, for which there has already been testimony in this record. And that's a matter that and that's what the commission is going to look at that and evaluate that expert testimony. I'm not sure I understand, maybe I'm not understanding the import of that question, other than that we evaluate the application based on the existing standards, which is it's 100-foot upland review area. And as I mentioned to this commission before, it is not, and you've heard tonight, it is not a buffer area. It's a review. It triggers regulatory review. So.
If I can add, Ned, I think what Brian was getting at was presented, I don't know which meeting, a few meetings ago, maybe by attorney Dulakecki, that there's case law where, the commission can look at an entire application, even go beyond the 100 foot if it impacts the wetlands.
I mean, what I'd like to do is I'd like the any discussions that I'll have with the commission with regard to the legal standards. I'll post public hearing. What I'd like to do is have the applicant address that issue and have the respondent, whoever the intervener is, let the interveners address those areas, and then I will address that matter with you as counsel subsequent to the public hearing and during your deliberations.
I'd be glad to do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And actually, one of the statutory sections that I referred to earlier, I think answers that. It's section 22A, 42A of the statute, subsection D. It's pretty short. I'll just read the whole thing to you verbatim. If a municipal inland wetlands agency regulates activities within areas around wetlands or watercourses, such regulation shall, 1, be in accordance with the provisions of the inland wetlands regulations adopted by such agency related to application for and approval of activities to be conducted in wetlands or watercourses, and 2, apply only to those activities which are likely to impact or affect wetlands or watercourses. So that was the point I made earlier. I believe Attorney Fitzpatrick correctly confirmed it. So, and you know your regulations, but I checked it too, and you do have a 100-foot upland review area, and it does say you're allowed to, as is fairly common, you're allowed to look at other activities too, to see if they impact wetlands or watercourses. So not for purposes of making it a buffer necessarily, but for purposes of evaluating the activities to see if they will actually adversely impact the wetlands themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I may approach.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not sure it's timely.
Attorney, well, you can, and to address this topic?
Yes, just to add clarification to council.
Yes, council referred to that, so you can address this topic only.
Attorney Williams, have any problems with commenting on this colloquy?
No, but of course, it's up to the chair.
Yeah, as long as we stick to this subject,
Yeah.
to clarify what was said at previous meetings.
Case in.
Would you use the microphone so we can all hear, please?
Yes, I
Thank you.
apologize.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Attorney Fred Lugo-Keke on behalf of interveners, the Chester Panacha and various other neighbors in the neighborhood. I did refer to the right of the commission with the existing regulations that it has to go beyond the 100-foot definitive regulated area if there is some likelihood that activity beyond the 100 feet could impact the wetlands. It is the Supreme Court decision in the Aaron case, AARON. Attorney Fitzpatrick would know it well, Attorney Williams would know that well, and so the record speaks for itself. There is a Supreme Court case that allows municipal regulation if the facts warrant such. Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. All right, I did just have one question for Mr. Overton. Thank you for all the information you presented tonight. As you probably know, we haven't had a chance to go through everything yet. We just got a lot of the comments today and yesterday. But going through the minutes from, I guess, the December meeting, there was some talk about prudent and feasible alternatives. yes, it's on page 3 of our minutes where it was talking about, an overlay of the wetland regulated and disturbance area from, the WI2 plan, I guess, where, and I'm not sure, but it's hard to tell from the minutes, but it looks like, maybe you said that frontage lots, in your opinion, were prudent and feasible. So I'd like to address that, because I know that alternative was presented, I don't know, a few meetings ago, using frontage lots rather than, so you don't have to cross over the brook on either side on Rubber Avenue or on the Webb Road side, if you, if the applicant built frontage lots, where there wouldn't be a road going through the center of the site, a lot less impact. I think there was maybe 70 square feet of wetlands impact maybe on one of the lots. So can you address that? Was that prudent and feasible in your opinion, frontage lot?
So I think the minutes sound like they depict the exact opposite of the opinion that I was presenting.
Okay.
In my opinion, frontage lots don't work, particularly on Webb Road, because there's steep grades coming off of Webb Road and there's limited sight lines. So to put frontage lots along Webb Road, it would be very difficult to locate the houses on the steep grade and have appropriate access for a driveway. In my opinion, it's not feasible to do that. The only way that you could really develop the upland area on the site is really with a loop access road. And because you have to get the two road intersections that we show on Webb Road is what our analysis shows are the only locations that have appropriate sightlines to bring a roadway out. So anything in between is compromised by curves in the road, grade restrictions, high points in the road, et cetera. So the best way to serve the upland review, the buildable area on the site would be with a loop road, whether it's a subdivision or whatever type of use is being proposed, that the loop road is best. And it's what we're proposing, if you saw in the first graphic we presented, is much similar to what was proposed in 2006 as part of the duplex condominiums that were approved. So again, that had a loop road coming down off of Webb Road. Their western entrance was closer to the intersection of, I forget the name of the road further west. Our traffic engineers felt that it was safer to put it on the other side of that stream where the 48-inch culvert comes under Webb Road. So we have a different location there, but on the other side, our location is similar to what was shown previously. So I believe we've located in the two safest locations, and those are really the only locations that provide proper sightlines on Webb Road. And then the interveners had submitted a copy of it's a 5-lot subdivision out on Rubber Avenue, and it represented that there was, yes, I believe 75 feet of direct wetland disturbance. Those properties that, what portion of the property that's associated with this development is where the townhomes are and the access road coming off of Rubber Avenue. And for development of that portion of the property, there is no direct wetland impact. And in fact, our analysis of that plan compared to ours for the 100-foot upland review area impact is that plan actually has much more upland review impact than what we've shown. So for those reasons, the argument I was making is that frontage lots are not a feasible improvement alternative to development of the upland area on the site.
Okay, thank you. Then I guess I'll have to correct the minutes. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? No. Tracy, did you have any questions for Mr. Overton?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right, then I guess we will, this is the intervener or public comment.
I'm good with the interview.
Intervener would be great. Okay.
I'd like to respond to Mr. Overton's.
Okay.
Once again, for the record, Attorney Fred Lukake on behalf of the intervener. I'd like to make some comments regarding Mr. Overton's interpretation of the legal standard of the no feasible improvement alternative. He had mentioned sightlines. So this is a wetlands commission. It's not supposed to consider traffic and other miscellaneous challenges to development. Sightlines can be dealt with by clearing trees, grading, etc. So what I'd like to do is, with great simplicity, focus in on what the statute actually says. And what does it really mean requiring the applicant to meet the no feasible and prudent alternative test? Attorney Williams, as well as Attorney Fitzpatrick and myself, collectively, we all have a fair amount of experience and knowledge and expertise in land use. The case law is very, very clear. You may believe Attorney Williams on some points, maybe me on some other points. Sometimes it's a good idea to look at what the statute actually says and just ignore our advocacy for our respective clients. In addition, what I'm going to do, so I'm going to look at some language directly out of the statute. And my colleague, Mr. Pernaccia, has passed out some materials. It's very, very brief. And you know, I've presented to you quite a bit over the last several meetings, so I promise I'll keep this brief. At the very beginning, I'll give you a little background. At the very beginning of the developer's application to this commission, I did start getting involved, and I realized that the inundation of advocacy and technical materials that were going to come before this commission would be enormous. And all of us, thank you for having the patience and understanding to deal with these, repeated meetings and the, constant commentary. So a legal treatise that has been authored by this nationally recognized land use expert who had a background as a hydrogeologist before he became an attorney. His name is Attorney Michael Ziska. Attorney Fitzpatrick knows who he is. Attorney Williams knows who he is, as well as myself. For over 30 years, with the support of UConn Center for Land Use Research and Education, then the DEP, now DEP, and by the Bar Association in general, he's produced a guidebook, and we're in the 8th edition, and your commission was given 6 versions of Attorney Ziska's treatise, What's Legally Required? A guide to the legal rules for making local land use decisions in the state of Connecticut. No one who does land use work disputes his expertise. He is nationally recognized. He's been a legal advisor to over 60 municipalities. He actually publishes one of the most prestigious legal publications, West Law. So he's not only presenting materials that are recognized in Connecticut, but nationally. So I'm going to refer to a certain section of this treatise that's for the benefit of the Land Use Commission. And with that, I'll put my glasses on. So I copied just a few pages. The very front of the book. This is Attorney Ziska's treatise on what's legally required. Secondly, it's the 8th edition, the most recent one, 2023. And it repeats, it's a guide to the legal rules for making local land use decisions. So then there's a little biography, which I kind of summarized. He's had an illustrious career. Before he became an attorney, he did work for the DEP, or DEP at that time. He was a hydrogeologist. His passion for the preservation of natural resources gave rise to him later going to law school and becoming a phenomenal land use attorney. And so much so that UConn, their division called CLEAR, which is the Land Use Education Research Division, they actually subsidize the cost of producing this so it can be distributed to all the commissions throughout the whole state. I'm not aware of any commissions that do not use Attorney Ziska's guide, and this guide covers not only the wetlands decision making, but planning, zoning, CBA, and other things. So as you turn the page, one page further, making this decision, when we're down to the 1 yard line and we're approaching the conclusion of this application, all the presentations, what is relevant to the Inland Wetlands Commission? And I've highlighted just direct text here. If an inland wetlands agency determines that a proposed activity may have a significant impact on wetlands and water courses, and holds a public hearing. So let me stop you there. This commission has already determined that. That's why they had a public hearing. It, meaning the commission, may not issue a permit unless it finds there is no feasible, prudent alternative. Not what alternative the developer prefers. It's no feasible and prudent alternative.
Please just let him speak, no problem.
So I know there's been a little bit of criticism for the use of the word buffer. 2 meetings ago, I brought up some of the amendments. Again, the legislation in Connecticut was enacted over 50 years ago. And right out the gate, it was a very protective inland wetlands, water courses, and natural resources protection statute. It only got tougher over the years, first by court interpretation, then by legislative amendments. So buffer may not be used in the statute, but I presented to this commission the enhancement of the regulation of the buffer overview area, and I gave you a 3-page handout right from the legislative history to the state of Connecticut. It's been highlighted, it's only 3 pages, and that's part of this record. I think so now I'm going to go to the actual statute that Attorney Williams referred to. And I think the fallacy, and I'm not going to blame Attorney Williams, he came on board to the development team later on. The design team for the developer is in effect treating this 100-foot review area that is not important. Whether you call it a review area, a buffer, the statute now calls it a regulated activity. So there's a 1-page, I've only made a copy of the statute that's right on point. Well, what does the legislation really say? I've highlighted that. In this case, the commission shall take into consideration any feasible and prudent alternative to the proposed regulated activity. 95% of what's being proposed by the applicant is all within that 100-foot regulated area. Regulated activity is what are you doing within 100 feet? Virtually everything they're doing is within 100 feet. The statute says you'll consider the alternatives that have less or no environmental impact. So let me rephrase that. Before, when I was harping on this point of what does that mean, it doesn't say no build. If you really have to be within that 100-foot area, let alone the wetlands, can you please look for that alternative that has the least impactful effect, likely effect on wetlands? So in this case, there's been testimony by the engineering group. They're within 15 feet, 20 feet. Well, did they consider an alternative of being 100 feet or more? No, they just don't like that alternative. That's the point. This commission doesn't have to like or dislike what they would like to do. You have to follow the statute, the guidance, and if there is a feasible prudent alternative, and I did introduce into the record, a no buildings no roads, no parking lots, just a plain old fashioned, low density subdivision of property. And I also introduced into the record, when this property was in foreclosure, an independent MAI qualified appraiser testified with no refuting at all by Mr. Cormier or his attorney that the highest and best use of this property, considering its size, shape, extensive wetlands, watercourses, topography, was a low density, perhaps up to 7-lot subdivision along the roads. That's also part of the record. They don't like that alternative. I get that. But the law requires that you cannot approve all of their 5 or 6 alternatives when there's a lesser impactful alternative that's of record. And that's not just speculation. That was an approved subdivision before, by this commission, before you joined the commission. So in simplistic terms, that's what no feasible and prudent alternative means in this case. Thank you very much.
Any member of the public would like to speak, if you could please come up to the podium. There's a sign-up sheet there. Are there still 2 sheets up there?
Yes.
Make sure, Steve Trinket. We'll hear from the intervener's engineer right now. And when you sign on the sign-up sheet, make sure you sign for the one for the apartment, not the gas station, which maybe I'll go grab that one. We're good. Yeah, actually, can we just take a 5-minute recess? Thank you. Got it, Ed? Thank you. Hear from Intervener's engineer right now, and I know a bunch of you have signed this sheet that you would like to speak. We have a lot of people here tonight, so if you've spoken at meetings in the past and you're on the record with your concern, we ask if you could only maybe present some new information to us, just in lieu of time, so we can get everybody up to the podium that would like to come up. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Steve Trinkus for the record. I'm a licensed professional engineer from Southbury, Connecticut, retained by the interveners. I'll speak up. At the end of December, I prepared a letter in what's called a pollutant loading analysis to look at the applicant's design and how it would reduce non-point source pollutants. I also explained in the letter that when the DEP 2004 stormwater manual was created in 2000, 2002, there was an assumption in the stormwater world that if you trap sediment, you trap many other pollutants that attach to fine sediment particles. Hence, the DEP goal of 80% TSS removal assumes that you're going to get all these other pollutants with it. In the intervening 20+ years, it has been widely shown that that's absolutely not the case. Metals and hydrocarbons, while they might attach to very fine sediment particles, have much lower removal efficiencies for many of the structural practices that are being proposed here. As an example, a catch basin, a 2-foot sump, which the applicant proposes, removes 5% of total suspended solids, does not remove metals, does not remove hydrocarbons, does not remove nitrogen, does not remove phosphorus. So a bunch of zeros. Regarding separators, separators came out in the early 90s, and they were touted as, I guess, the best thing since sliced bread for addressing water quality. But there wasn't any real testing of these practices. The manufacturers represented them based on lab testing. With uniform silicas, one common sand mix of silica had 5 different gradations, 20% each. You cannot go out in the field and find a sand that has 20% of 5 different gradations. It doesn't exist. So it's a manufactured material, it's a manufactured stormwater, and it's done in a lab. That's not the real world. In the intervening years, there's 2 great resources, and I've cited them previously, the New Hampshire Stormwater Center, which is a 9-acre commuter parking lot at the University in Durham, New Hampshire, and it goes to their treatment research center, where the flows are normalized and set out to a bunch of different practices. And the flow rates, the concentrations of pollutants in the water are all normalized, so they can compare apples to apples, basically. They started this facility in 2004, and they tested multiple hydrodynamic separators. And what they found was the removal efficiencies of sediment in them, TSS, was about 28%. It's not close to 80%. And based on that, many manufacturers at that time said, okay, we're part of the treatment train, we're not the treatment train. And more research has been done because there's two configurations you can use. What the applicant is using is what's called an online configuration. All of the runoff from his catch basins or manholes go to the separator and then go into the underground detention system. When they're put in an online configuration, that's a 28% removal. Another resource is the American Society of Civil Engineers BMP database. This is run by Wright Water Engineers out of Denver. It's online, you can search it. They take monitoring data, real monitoring data from anybody in the US. You can submit the data that you have and they add it to the database. As an average removal of TSS for both online and offline configurations, because I asked them if they separated and they said they did not, was 38%. If you look at what's called New Jersey CAT data, this is data from New Jersey DEP, again, it's lab-based data. They say 50% TSS removal. So if you put the systems in an offline configuration where only the water quality flow, which is the flow rate associated with the water quality volume, goes to the separator, that efficiency can move up into the mid-70s. But in the current configuration, it's not 80%. So all of the data the applicant submitted in their giant response here, February 6th, from manufacturers, from other lab testing, et cetera, claiming 80% removal, is not supported at all by real world data. That's the reality. And I use real world data because we're not in a lab. We're not in a controlled environment. We're in Mother Nature, and Mother Nature does not necessarily follow a cookbook. So we've now heard that there's an isolator row. We'll take a look at the plans quickly 5 minutes ago. Now we have concrete galleries instead of, I think previously, I think they were storm tech, which are like a Caltech system, the plastic igloos, as I like to call them. But I didn't see since it's an online configuration, I didn't see the isolated row. Again, an isolated row must be set as an offline practice where only that water quality flow rate goes to it. UNH did test the Storm Tech one, which is the plastic gallery system back in the early years, 04, 05, 06, and it can do very well if it's in that configuration. But if it's in a configuration where all the rainfall from every storm is going through it, it doesn't work the same way because the increased flows of larger rainfall events stir up the sediment that gets trapped on the filter fabric. The idea of being an offline configuration is that the flow rates are generally very small, and they actually have a loading rate, I think, of about 2.5 gallons per linear foot. So you have to make the row long enough so that that loading rate is applied or less, and then the system works pretty well. But that's not what we have here. We have a strict online configuration. So the values that I provided in my December 26th report that basically shows, in summary, of TSS removal is pretty much 41% for sediment. Nutrients, about 23% of phosphorus. Nitrogen is less than 2% at 1.8. Zinc is 26%, hydrocarbons are 42. So if you buy into the argument that you trap sediment at 80% and you get all these other pollutants, why are all the other removal rates substantially less? Because it doesn't happen that way in the real world. And again, this is supported through UNH, it's supported by the ASC database. So the DEP goal of 80% TSS removal is not being met on this project. Plain and simple, it's not any more complicated than that. And that's been the design pretty much since day one. Regarding runoff volumes, while they can contribute to flooding on smaller scale sites, and I would agree that Long Meadow Brook has a gigantic watershed by the time it gets down to this site, most of it being located up in Middlebury. But there is ample professional literature out there of what increased runoff volumes due to small receiving streams. One of the criteria in the DEP stormwater manual is what's called the channel protection volume. And that was specifically designed to address increased runoff volumes that go into streams. When, the peak rate attenuation, which came in the late 70s, early 80s, my former hometown of Reading was actually one of the first towns to adopt the peak rate standard of a 50-year storm. Well, the reality is we don't get 50-year storms. So these designs now, they've been in place since 85, so roughly, 30 years. If you look at the basins, yeah, they look all right. They've actually become kind of wetland basins, Mother Nature, with cattails, phragmites, and all kinds of stuff in them. But if you look on the downhill side of all these basins, you will see incised channels because the flow going down the slope has carved a mini Grand Canyon in every one of these basins. And when I took some commissioners from the town of Reading Conservation Commission out in the field one time to show them this, they were shocked. They had no idea. And the problem is every natural stream for a given rainfall amount will flow at a certain depth for a certain period of time. That's its normal operating practice. When you have a big detention basin or underground system like we have here, and you're controlling the peak rate, you are matching the peak rate of the stream, but you're extending the flow duration. And the stream itself does not like to be flowing for 48, 72 hours at that height. So the only thing a stream can do is start eroding. So it starts eroding at the bottom. And then as it erodes the sides, that material goes in the stream and gets flushed downstream until the water slows down and settles out. And then as it undercuts the banks, you will see the banks start falling in. And that's why you can go probably anywhere in Naugatuck or anywhere probably in the state of Connecticut. And you can see all these streams that have extremely eroded banks. And that is the stream trying to get to what's called hydrologic equilibrium. It's trying to get back to balance, basically, but they erode, and that's not a natural process. That's due to the increased flow durations associated with runoff volumes. And there is more than ample literature there. That is the whole basis of the channel protection volume in the DEP manual, which was again done 24 years ago. So the statement that there's no professional literature out there is patently false. There's more than ample out there. You just need to Google the right term and you'll find plenty of it. So the bottom line is there are, and you're going to hear, we've retained a soil scientist, Steve Danzer, you'll hear after two neighbors who signed up after me, and then Mr. Danzer, who's online, will speak. But the increased pollutant loads from the upland areas, from all the pavement and that, and it doesn't matter now that we've, now reduced the impervious cover, you're still going to have pollutant loads being, discharged to these wetland and watercourse systems. Over time, especially the metals and hydrocarbons, which are toxic at very low concentrations, will adversely affect the water quality. It changes the water chemistry of the flowing streams. Water chemistry is a physical attribute of a wetland or a stream, and therefore changing that parameter is a direct wetlands impact associated with an activity in the upland review area, period. Again, that's well documented, and Mr. Danzer will discuss that a little bit more as a wetland soil scientist. The runoff volumes are a problem. Is it going to make a difference when Long Meadow Brook floods because, there's a big storm from Middlebury coming down? No, it's not going to make a difference. But what's going to make a difference is when we have small frequent storm events and the water from this site is now being discharged to these streams, they're going to start experiencing this stressor. And it's going to erode the streams, and that affects the habitat in the streams because eroded material, as it goes downstream, can then wind up on the gravel substrate further down. The gravel substrate gets clogged with the fine silts. All the little great organisms, what's called benthic organisms, live in the bottom of gravel substrate streams. And if you bury them, they're not there anymore. So you affect the bottom of the food chain with these systems. And again, this is all well documented in literature. It's one of the aspects of low impact development, which is my specific area of expertise, is addressing water quality and runoff volume. So I know what I'm talking about here. I've been to many conferences. I've presented nationally. I've presented internationally on low impact development. This project will cause adverse impacts to the wetland systems because of the activities in the upland review area. And solely on that basis is enough, in my professional opinion, to turn the project down. So that's it. And again, a couple of people, Mr. Danzer, who's online, will talk about the wetland impacts. Thank you.
Martha, would you like to go to Danzer next? So this way you're
Oh,
keeping.
sure. Whoever signed up before Mr. Danzer, would it be okay if he goes first just to follow up on Mr. Trinkus?
I can see my spot. I was next.
Okay, oh, thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, may I introduce the background of Mr. Dancer?
Of course,
Please.
please come up to the podium, state your name.
Thank you once again for the record, Attorney Fred Lugokecki on behalf of the intervener. It is an honor and a privilege to introduce Mr. Stephen Dancer to buttress a lot of the comments made by Mr. Trinkus. But beyond that, he is a PhD level professional wetland scientist. He's a PhD. He's a state and nationally certified soil scientist. He is a frequent environmental consultant on matters pertaining to wetland boundaries, environmental impact of disturbances in and around wetland areas. And he has a PhD in natural resources. So he is spot on, a very appropriate expert for this particular engagement. Mr. Dancer, please.
Good evening to the commission. First of all, can someone just wave that they hear me?
We got
Right,
you.
Thank you. Thank you. For the commission, my name is Stephen Danzer. As I've been already kind of pre-qualified, I'm a professional wetland scientist. I'm a soil scientist. Have numerous.
That's as much as we can do. Do we have a microphone?
Yeah, is there a volume problem?
Yeah, can't hear.
Is there a microphone that we can, how about if I brought this over this way more and we try to put it towards the mic? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Danzer.
Hi, all right, I will try again. My name is Stephen Danzer. I'm the principal of Stephen Danzer and Associates LLC, located in Stamford, Connecticut. I'm a professional wetland scientist. I'm a soil scientist. I'm a certified arborist. And I have a PhD in natural resource studies. My involvement in this project has been fairly recent, but it's, in my view, and I guess in the view of, on behalf of the interveners, it's very important. A role that I've played because the issue that I looked at was the stormwater, the issue of stormwater pollution. Before I go any further, though, I do want to say that everything I'm going to say today, I prepared with a 3-page comment letter. I assume it's been submitted to the commission. The comments were dated January 23rd, 2024. So everything that I'm saying right now is hopefully either on the record or being placed on the record. In any case, the meat of the matter is that the impact to wetlands and watercourses due to the stormwater is the major issue of this application. And Steve has pointed out when he went through his pollutant loading analysis that the applicant does not meet the Connecticut DEP goal of 80% reduction of TSS. I reviewed the letter from Steve Trinkus that he referred to. I took it as a matter of fact that his pollutant loading analysis was credible. No reason to believe that it was not. And in that letter, Steve actually very eloquently went into a whole series of likely impacts to wetlands and watercourses due to the increase of pollutant analysis. And I read through his impacts. I'm not going to repeat them all right now because again, they're in his letter. But the bottom line is that after reading that letter, I evaluated it and I concurred with his opinion. So myself as a soil scientist and as a professional wetland scientist, I concur that there's going to be impact to the wetlands and watercourses due to the applicant's inability to reduce the pollutant loading adequately. The impacts of stormwater pollutants and wetlands have all been well documented worldwide. There's lots of literature in non-point source pollution. So this is not necessarily rocket scientist. Generally speaking, when you have pollutants that are carried with the stormwater and they end up in the wetlands, there's a whole types of things that can happen. Section 2.36.4 of the borough regulations defines any activity that causes substantial turbidity, siltation, or sedimentation as a significant impact activity. They also define any activity that causes or has the potential to cause pollution of a wetland or watercourse as a significant impact activity. So basically, the two types of activities are the ones that causes turbidity, siltation, or sedimentation, or just the ones that can cause pollution. The pollutants being released into the wetlands as a result of the inadequate stormwater fits that definition. Proposed activity clearly qualifies as a significant impact activity under both of those definitions, as there would be substantial turbidity and pollution to the wetlands. But more importantly, this activity is preventable and it's avoidable. And that's something that, in my view, the commission should take a hard look at. It's basically an activity that does not need to happen. And the fact that it is going to happen, in my view, it's going to cause unreasonable harm to the wetland resources. So anyway, that was brief. I know that. I'm around for any questions, and that kind of concludes what I have to say.
Thank you. I'd like to call up the members of the public who would like to comment in the order that you've signed the sheet, to be fair. And just in being mindful of time, please try not to clap after each person speaks. That would be great. Just to save time.
Hello, my name is Chris Herb. I live at 149 Evelyn Drive in Naugatuck. I want to start by saying I remain disturbed that the applicant can submit material documents to this proceeding that the public doesn't have ample time to review. Organically, I've spoken before you before at previous meetings, but this is no response to what I heard tonight. I don't know half the words that are being used by the experts tonight, but I can tell you what my reaction is when I see high-priced Shipman and Goodwin lawyers show up at the last minute. It seems desperate to me, but the applicant's representatives compared the disturbance of the farming activities in 2004 to the proposed 30-ish foot setback in the proposed plan. This is basically a pig in a poke intended to mislead and distract you from the commission to make you believe that this would have less of an impact on the wetlands. There is no way, and no way possible, just through a reasonable person's evaluation of this, that the amount of impervious surface that would be needed for the proposed housing units and parking necessary, although it was hardly reduced, would have any impact on mitigating the amount of drippings from vehicles like transmission fluid, motor oil, other fuels to run into the wetlands. There's just no way that you can compare the agricultural and farming activities that they referenced to what this project could have. I mean, I just can't imagine. I mean, I've lived in Naugatuck my entire life, and I've never seen hundreds and hundreds of cars moving through that property that could have that kind of disturbance on the wetlands. Since the applicant further inferred that the amount of flooding that would only increase by a fraction of an inch, right? He's just talking about a very small fraction. What they didn't reference is that that fraction is over many, many acres. They're not talking about the volume of increased water. I know that that may not be exactly what you're tasked to pay attention to, but they brought it up tonight to try to alleviate some sort of concern. I'm assuming based on the regulations, but it's the volume of water that's a concern, not how much it might go up. Over many acres, a fraction of an inch can turn into, I don't know, tens of thousands of gallons, thousands of gallons. So with that, my wife, my two children, who are now fifth generation Naugatuck residents, continue to remain concerned about the impact this will have on our environment, our wetlands, and we encourage you to oppose this project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Kimball. I live at 1057 Andrew Mountain Road. So I'm not a scientist, I'm not an engineer. I own the borough's first and only USDA certified organic farm here in town, which means that we undergo pretty intense federal scrutiny as far as any inputs that we use on our farm. It prohibits us from using any kind of pesticides, any kind of fertilizers. It costs a lot of money to do that, but we believe in doing it. We think it's important for ourselves and for our community. I obviously care deeply about environmental issues. I've been a resident of the town for almost 7 years. I would never want anyone's water source to be contaminated, right? That would be terrible. A lot of these things are really confusing. Like I said, I'm not an expert on these things, so it's really confusing. Like, this is my first meeting that I've attended about this. So we have people on both sides of the issue using scientific evidence. We have both sides of the issue using scientific experts, right? So I think it's really challenging for like the layman to really get a sense of accuracy and what's going on here. I want to say that I did appreciate part of the developer's presentation in which he discussed a potential improvement on the area as far as where there was a lot of previous chemical dump. I think as a farmer, seeing the previous farm operation there's been a lot of talk about, contaminating the water supply and things like that. This farmer was likely using pesticides and was likely using fertilizers that have probably already leached into the water system. There's probably been already some level of contamination that has happened, and that probably happens when it, rains and floods. Just want to point that out as a farmer. And again, as like someone who is not well versed in a lot of these things and more of like a layman, I struggle when we get into the semantics of language regarding statutes. Like, that's what attorneys do. We pay them to argue about language of things, but again, it can be very challenging to kind of understand what's happening there. And I think we kind of detract from like the actual environmental impact. So with that being said, I just wanted to come here tonight and make sure that we're clear on like the issues that are at stake here. If this is gonna hurt the environment and contaminates people's water, we shouldn't do it. Like, that's an obvious. I would hope that officials that we, have and that people would agree on that. If it's not gonna hurt the environment, right, then we should consider the social gain, which is at stake, which is important for any kind of community project like this. There's often an overlap between environmental issues and social issues. And what I'm about to say, people probably aren't gonna like, but I'm just gonna say it anyway, because I think it's important to have a voice for people who maybe can't speak for themselves or who aren't here. There's been a lot of comments online and there's been a lot of talk around town about people being opposed to this because of environmental issues, but also because it's apartments and there's a portion of those apartments that are gonna be low-income housing. There's been a lot of talk around how this can, this is gonna devalue the surrounding homes, this is gonna devalue the town. A lot of comments around that. I'm really disappointed to hear those comments and to see those things, especially coming from a community that values, growth. And I think everyone can agree that everyone, in Naugatuck really comes together for each other. We are in a housing crisis. You'd be crazy to deny that. There's been so many studies that have come out recently that like half the population can't afford a place to live. And I think this is really important to talk about. I think it's kind of like a hidden issue that is kind of riding below the surface. And so again, I just want to be clear, if this is causing an environmental impact, we should not do it. If it's not causing an environmental impact, I think the social gain as far as meeting a need for housing is something that needs to be spoken about. So again, I know people probably aren't going to like me saying that, but I'm going to say it anyway. And yeah, I'm glad that I'm here and I'm learning more about this because I think it's important that we all are engaged in the environment and also these other issues that will come about as a result of it.
I just want to clarify, just so everybody knows that this commission is only charged with looking at the effects on the wetlands and the surrounding upland review areas. We're not, we don't care about the zoning issue, housing, it's not our purview. That's for another commission and another time. So I just want everybody to know that our decision will be based on effect on the wetlands alone. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Garzinski. I live at 1387 Rubber Avenue. And while I don't have a law degree, a long science degree or anything like that, I do have skin in the game because I'm a property owner over here who has a private well. Now, I only moved to Naugatuck 3 years ago. I come from Long Island. And if anybody knows anything about Long Island, back in the 1960s, they had pristine aquifers that everybody drew well water from. But with development, they poisoned those aquifers, causing plumes of destruction that caused cancer in many places. Drummond did the same thing. But also they had developments of increased housing, large shopping centers. Now, I don't think that the applicant is gonna be doing nuclear experiments there. Obviously, that's not an issue. But the runoff from shopping centers caused problems. You've heard about the brown tides that were happening in Long Island, and that was a result of runoff coming from shopping centers, overflowing of septic systems and things that were getting destroyed. Now, there is a rule that we haven't discussed here, and that's the rule of unintended consequences. What happens 10 years down the road? They're painting a pretty picture about all these wonderful things they're gonna do, but all these things require maintenance. Is there gonna be a bond against pollution that might happen as a result of site development? Is there going to be some kind of guarantees that 10, 15 years down the road, if the applicant decides to sell the property, that they're gonna uphold the same covenants, not using pesticides and fertilizers and other things that might poison the water quality? These are things that we have to consider, and we need guarantees, because I plan to live here a long time, and I'm sure my neighbors do as well. And we want guarantees that our water wells are not gonna be poisoned. When water wells are poisoned and you have to switch to city water, it's a world of difference. You turn on your shower, it smells like a swimming pool because of all the chlorine. I wouldn't even feed my dogs water from my tap because the chlorination was so bad. I don't want to repeat that. That's what I tried to move away from. And I hope that you don't make the same mistakes here. Thank you.
Oh, my name is Carl Herb, and I live at 161 Park Avenue, about a mile and a half away from this project. My concern is for these people, their health and well-being. This is an industrial town, brownfield. I'm gonna give you a little history. About 8 years ago, I met an attorney in this town by the name of Pete Hess, came before the Democrat Town Committee and wanted to run for mayor to make Naugatuck a better place. He asked me if I would run with him. I'm 70 years old. I never ran for public office in my life. I hate being here and addressing you people, but I got a good grip on what's going on. And I know about this brownfield. I grew up in it. My father grew up in it, and my grandfather grew up in it. I'm third generation. That big guy over there is fourth generation, and his children are fifth generation, and hopefully will stay here. When Mayor Hess got elected, he appointed me to be liaison to the Conservation Commission and Planning Commission, two pretty diametrically opposed commissions. But I learned a lot from them, never missed a meeting, went back every month and reported to the mayor and burgesses of what was going on. Kept my mouth shut during all the meetings. Never addressed the wetlands, planning, anybody. Just did my job, which I was supposed to do. This project's got a lot of hurdles to overcome. But that's not my decision, that's your decision. Like I said, this town is a brownfield. It started way back with Charles Goodyear when he developed vulcanized rubber, and that was the start of the footwear. That was well over 100 years ago. That vulcanized rubber produced a lot of the industrial waste that Nick Salinardi used to mix with his humus and his topsoil to improve the product or the production of his nursery, and he sold all kinds of vegetables and things of that nature. When the footwear developed these products, these industrial products, rubber products, sponge rubber, naugahyde, all these things, all of the water waste went into the river. Wasn't against the law, went into the river. With the lagoon daylights out of it. You heard stories of the river on fire, the river colored, everything else. But the industrial waste was taken up to the top of the mountain. And you can probably see it if you come down Route 8, you look up there and you'll see that bald spot. When I was a kid, my whole life, that it was on fire. Eventually, DEP or EPA, whatever agency was at that time, they made them put that out. But a lot of the industrial waste went there and was burnt. But anybody who wanted it use it for fill anywhere in town, and there are tons of places all over this town where this industrial waste is and pollutes, and we know what industrial waste does. So Charles Goodyear, he gave Nick Solinardi a bad deal. But like I said, this is a brownfield, this town. Don't think it isn't, you know? We're not blue bloods of Darien and New Canaan. But this town rallied for a lot of different things, and it was industrial always. During World War II, which it was before my time, but my parents and uncles and aunts, everybody fought in the war. There was Charles Goodyear Uniroyal products and everything else that were going to the war left and right. You couldn't buy tires because of the rationing and everything else. Norbert developed the synthetic rubber, which literally saved the war, because you can't fight a war without rubber. Anyway, where did all that waste go? Right into the river if it was liquid, or right up in the mountain to be burnt, to be settled down, or anybody who wanted it to use backfill around their foundations, in their yards, level them off nice. Then my generation came along. Vietnam. There's not a person here that hasn't had a friend, a relative that didn't serve in Vietnam, that didn't get Agent Orange. Well, we're the town that developed, manufactured dioxin. Where did all that dioxin go? Up on top of that mountain. And it mitigated, and mitigated, and mitigated. So much that the DEP made Naugatuck a Superfund area, and we tried to cap that off, funnel the water down to special treatments in our water treatment plants, and tried to get rid of it. But we couldn't. It's industrial waste. It mitigates. Mr. Corman, your own man here says there's industrial waste out there and you're gonna remove it. You mess with that stuff and it mitigates. I lost a cousin recently to Agent Orange. The property up there, if anybody ever wonders why, geez, on Hunter's Mountain, got hundreds of acres, flat, old pasture land. It's not developed. Why? You gotta be nuts if you want to drill a well up there. You know, give that water to your wife. Well, maybe somebody to do, but I certainly don't. 51 years ago, and with the same woman lover. Yeah. But that product mitigated all the way over Andrew Mountain, Hunter's Mountain, where we had to put, public water at the cost of the federal government. It was the federal government. Where did they get their money? They taxed us for it. So that was it. I don't know much about a lot of things, but I know you don't screw around with Mother Nature. And we did. And it wasn't illegal and it wasn't wrong at the time. But now we know you can't mess with that stuff. You don't have enough money to test all those acres. Nick Solinardi would, hey, I'm half Italian. I'm a Guinea. We use every little piece of land to develop. I had a grandfather that had a farm. Every inch of that farm was either grazing land, had 16 head of milking cows, 1,000 chickens, but every inch of that land was used. And Nick Solinardi did that. You say there's a little couple X's here and a couple X's there and a couple X's there. It ain't true. He spread it all over. He wanted to get the best production he could out of his farm. And it was all right. I don't damn him for that. But we paid a price. And we gotta learn. We can't keep making the same mistakes. You can't approve this project. Please, for the health and welfare and well-being of all these people and their children and their dogs and everything, please reject this project.
While they're setting up, is there someone that would like to talk while they're setting up?
My name's Jeffrey Deutsch, 5 Red Road. And I've got a couple of questions concerning the establishment opposite 7 and 8 buildings, or 6 and 7 buildings. It's changed now, but it's the entrance into this apartment complex. There's a very sharp turn, and it comes down and turns again. I don't have a map to show you. However, as I live directly across from that, I'm very concerned about the steepness of the bank. What fill are they going to put in there? And how is it going to avoid, as it's supposed to be only the entrance, and the exit is over on Rubber Avenue. I can't believe people aren't going to try to come out of the exit. So I need to know what's going to happen there if we get through this wetlands. That's a problem I see. And in particular, the road I have here. Some articles of in Cornwall, there's a road that's just collapsed. It's subsided. This is exactly, as you're looking at it, opposite my entrance, where the river road drops right down, and all those trees will be gone. And they're not going to build any kind of building concrete support. That's going to fall down. Now this road has just been repaved. I'm seeing all this kind of go through again. There's an awful lot of water that runs across my road and down that bank. If you look at that picture, you're going to see what's going to happen. Again, that's wetlands, water, mud being washed down, and it goes straight into the back of that established building 6 now, or 7 as it was. So I'm not very happy with that. Next one I'm not very happy with. Just recently in the paper, they did a study of signs and curves in the state of Connecticut. And they listed all the roads that have serious curves. And I look down there and I see under Naugatuck, oh, Webb Road and Rubber Avenue. Again, I'll show you this. This is I don't know, they say they did a survey. They said they had people out on the road there measuring the car flow. How many people do they want in these buildings and how many cars? 1.3 cars per person. And they're talking 320 apartments, you know, just do a little math. We're up there in 500. The road's subsiding, there's no buffer. The curve is twice further up towards Westover Hills and right by my house. These are 2 serious curves. And I can tell you, like anybody else in this room, has noticed how people drive today. Is it soft, 30 miles an hour? Or is it, they come past my house at least 50 miles an hour. And that's a corner where you're going to put the entrance. Are you crazy? Have you thought about it? No. So what I'm thinking is, it's a waste of time. I'm listening to all this about the wetlands and wildlife. However, I think there's a bigger problem coming down if we get through this wetlands. a bigger problem, and I suppose that's gonna come under the zoning and planning. That's all I would say now. Thank you very much.
Are you guys going to screen share something? Or, oh, yeah.
You ready?
Oh, I see you, okay.
Sure.
You got the sound, or,
There's many. You up there?
You're up.
drop that, Debbie.
Okay, Sean Stanton, 255 Web Rose.
Sound.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, right. No sound.
Wait a minute, let me,
I think a lot of people have seen this on the Channel 8 just recently. This was the January extra high waterfall. Rainfall.
Chester, down in the corner. You see in the bottom left, is there a microphone with a line through it?
on yours.
Well, basically, that was WTNH. Channel 8 was called to Naugatuck on January 10th for the flooding. And this was the little newsreel. And that's Long Meadow Brook Pond, obviously going down Rubber Avenue, which some of you probably saw the damage. And the fire chief said it's 4 foot of running water. People's basements were flooded, they were called out. So I figured it was pretty significant for a news team to come to our town to see what happened when he mentions Long Meadow Brook Pond, which is what we're talking about here. And it's not gonna go away just by building buildings and saying you're gonna put in concrete things somewhere. And he said, well, yeah, it won't lay there, in their development, it's gonna keep going. Well, it's gonna go down Rubber Avenue and flood. So, I just thought the news clip was significant because it was in our town and it was newsworthy. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think that's-
Thank you.
I know, but I can't find it. I got 40 people.
Would anybody else like to comment?
You're gonna have to stop that. Is there someone else screen sharing? She did. Eventually.
First screen, wasn't there? Look at the mute.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that computer.
They're on the first page. Top on the right, or toward the right.
Public, top one. See Chester.
Oh, right there, yeah. He's muted.
City in the Grave, 1060 Rubber Avenue. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wetlands Commission, in lieu of repeating the same evidence we've heard over and over and over again about how non-conforming and poorly planned this proposed development is, or expressing my continued opposition to said inappropriate proposal, I'd like to make a simple statement. that the overwhelming evidence suggests that they can do better. As a landscape architect, I can tell you that as stewards to the land, it is our duty, as it is every professional in the building industry, to design in a fashion that best suits the land upon which we propose to build, meeting, in the best case scenario, the highest standards for the health, safety, and welfare of the public whom we serve. It is often the case that for obvious reasons, a developer seeks to max out the space for financial gain with a tendency to neglect or disregard the natural environment. Is it possible to max out the property we are discussing here tonight? Of course, but to what end? The loss of one of only 12 remaining meandering meadows in Connecticut. The dense situating of innocent civilians in the midst of a potential flood disaster zone, the inevitability of which rests on when the 100 or 500-year flood decides to hit. The situating of densely populated residences as close as possible to and in an existing floodplain where damage to person and property is at an elevated level. The invasion and manipulation of the best and largest upstream flood mitigation area the Long Meadow Brook has between the lake and downtown. The addition of increased runoff exacerbating already existing erosion along the brook's banks in an effort to bring further man-made degradation to an already endangered environment. The destruction of a natural, rural and forested landscape in exchange for ultra-dense urban development that is naturally suited or more suited closer to town centers where tenants have access to basic needs. And lastly, the removal of a wildlife sanctuary, drinking source, and migration corridor. It is a corridor where the animals, yes, currently go through. None of this serves the greater good of Naugatuck. As a matter of fact, it takes a very desirable area sought after for its safety, quiet, and uncrowded nature, valued by those raising a family, living in comfortable retirement, or just plain choosing to escape the asphalt jungle for the country, and removes it forever. This in turn takes away a very special place Naugatuck still has to offer, and that would be a terrible thing indeed. This wetland serves a valuable purpose to the community and the environment. The best thing that could happen would be to grant a conservation easement to the meadow portion so that it may continue to function undisturbed as the flood mitigator that it is and should continue to be. Remember, we are crossing the wetland twice because the site is not capable of being developed as it is without doing so, further demonstrating a less than optimal situation for this wetland use. I have a couple of questions. One to Darren. I'm sorry, Darren? Sorry. I just was wondering what storm event you based your calculations on. Did you use a specific storm event, a 10, 25, 50, 100 for the calculations?
Would you like an answer?
Yes, please answer.
So there was a range of storms from the 2-year storm up to a 100-year storm. And I believe there was the 10-year, 25, and 50 in between the two up to 100.
And your calculations were based on which one?
We did calculations for all of them in the stormwater report.
So this
So the volume
minuscule amount
analysis,
was due to all of the storms or one in particular?
so the volume analysis that I presented earlier with that volume in the overall watershed, as well as the difference in volume pre and post development for our site, was all related to the 100-year storm.
To the 100-year storm. That's the answer. Thank you.
Which is the typical standard for evaluating flooding, because that's what FEMA uses to establish the floodplain mapping.
That's why I asked. Thank you.
Thank you.
And one question for is it Marley? I'm wondering, when do you mitigate a wetland?
Okay,
Is she there?
Marley's still, yeah, she's still on. Marley, can you unmute and can you hear the
Yes, I
presenter?
can hear. Yep.
Thanks. When mitigating the wetland, which is something we would desire, would it be included in your plans, a maintenance plan due to the nature of establishing the material? You usually need to go up to 2 years with hand removal of returning invasives and other problematic items, would that be included in the development plans? A maintenance plan that made sure these, new wetlands and mitigation areas were properly established?
Yes, a long-term maintenance plan is all typically, in every case I can think of, a condition of a plan, a development plan that includes a mitigation. We typically come up with those plans along with the development.
So at least a 2-year process.
I've never heard of less than that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is from the people here.
Alec Gorgos, 1058 River Avenue. Part of this thing, which is, I think, very important, is that is a wildlife sanctuary also. All you have to do is live near there. And every morning you watch the bears go down and the deer and the bobcats and everything else under the sun, including the turkey fly. They pass by the house and go down there and spend the morning down there. And then they come back. And you build a place where you're putting a ring of 200 or 300 people, the animals have no place to go. That is important. Also, as far as flooding, we do know what a real flood is like from 1955. I'm one of the people in the room that remembers that. And that was something. And we're running into the same thing with Long Meadow Brook. If you look from, nobody knows, okay, the first, if you go out Rubber Avenue extension, the first bridge you cross over is, my driveway goes down off of that bridge. And that whole area used to have 3 dams. First pond, second pond, third pond. And all those dams, some of them were knocked down. Every time they did something, they did it wrong. Whatever we do invariably turns out to be wrong as far as nature is concerned. You knock down the dam, it goes around the dam. That's what you see across from the apartment entrance now. Water's running around the dam. And they're losing control of the water. Down by the shopping plaza. That was a nice big pipe they put there. But it's not big enough. It floods over and over and over and over. And it'll do it forever. And that was a nice narrow channel. Good idea. Not really. Because that's why it floods. It's too goddamn small. Everything we do, we think we know how to do it. And invariably, nature always proves we're wrong. Keep that in mind. If you try to find a place where you get the hell out of the way to do something, that usually works. But if you get in front of something, it's gonna come and get you. And that would be the brook or what have you. And there's no specific reason that this needs to be approved. And there's many, many reasons you've heard from, what is this, the 4th night? 5th night together, we have meetings. Everything that's been brought up is legit. I heard some things tonight that I hadn't heard before. You gotta use your common sense. The regulation says what is logically and sensible. And this isn't. There's no need for it.
Right.
Kimberly Simcoe, 399 Web Road. You know, we've had a lot of conversations tonight, and I think one of the biggest things that we all heard in the back of the room loud and clear is that you have to follow the letter of the law. You have to follow the letter of law. A lot of opinions, a lot of conversations, a lot of engineers, attorneys, but you have to follow the letter of the law. That's our job here, by the way. That's our job here, is that we have to follow the letter of the law. That is the most important thing that we need to take a look at in Naugatuck. The codes, the things that the law says, Attorney DeLuca spoke about it earlier. And quite frankly, we've been coming here now since November. I'm really sorry that you have missed the show. Tonight, you're seeing what you're seeing. I'll give you a quick recap in a second. But an impact to the wetlands, and I believe you said, a feasible and prudent alternative to less environmental impact of wetlands. Few wetlands impacts, least impactful locations, but what you didn't address there was the aquifer or our drinking water. And you want to pull up years of toxic materials that will impact our drinking water without addressing that simple thing, our drinking water, our drinking water. The one thing that if it becomes toxic, the majority of people in this damn room won't even be alive anymore to have anything to say about it, including my son, who will live in my home long after I am gone at the age of 31. We're gonna leave him with this freaking mess. The letter of the law is the thing that has to stand here tonight, the letter of the law. You referenced 2004 and 2006 and discussing buffer zones that are that truly are irrelevant in 2023. That's a span of 20 years. That's like taking half of the room and saying, put on clothes that you wore 20 years ago, let's see if they fit. Your guarantee of resolving this issue can't enhance where you're actually looking to destroy. In 1993, a huge case in California against the Pacific Gas and Electric Company was litigated by a woman by the name of Erin Brockovich. She fought like hell. 196 people in that town got cancer. Husbands and wives, babies, children who never went on to live their lives died horrifically of cancer. Today, in 2021 and 2022 and 23, 70% of the toxic waste from water pollution is still being cleaned up. And guess what? It takes 30 to 50 years to get to that point. 30 to 50 years. But here's the biggest thing that I want to leave you with tonight. And I'm just going to ask a very private question. Are you married?
I'm not here to answer private questions.
Married? Married down the line? I was married for 35 years. It was my heart and my soul. A year ago, he died of toxic exposure. Got cancer from dying of toxic exposure. And I watched him rot in front of me. He rotted away to nothing. And then he died. By not addressing further things that we must look at as a core group of people that have a right to come and develop after something that we purchased, have a right to do that. You have a right. But what you don't have a right to do, sir, is to walk into our town with a proposal that's ridiculous like this, because you have alternatives that your engineer and our town have agreed to years ago. We shouldn't even be in this damn position right now. And for that, I'm sorry. But nobody on my watch in this town will rot like my husband did. I can promise you that. Welcome.
Madam Chair, I hope the last people to address their comments to the commission.
Very good. Yes. I'm just going to if we could just talk to the commission, tell us your concerns and not antagonize anybody from the public, that would be great. Thanks.
Saxon Cliff 399 Web Road. Off of that,
very stirring, speech. One quick question. Are we willing to look back and say to the people in this room, this was worth your help, this was worth your life? Like my mom just said, I'm 31, I will be here hopefully for a very long time. I don't want to end up like my dad. And that's a very real thing, if this goes through. And I don't want you guys to look back, and if you're 90 years old and I have cancer, to say this proposal was worth it. It was worth your life, it was worth your help.
Brent Jenkins McDonald, 1241 River Avenue. This is the pond from the January flood. This is what it looked like afterwards. This is a stream that comes off of Webb Road into the development area. There's a pond up behind that waterfall. This is the water coming out of it. This is all the same storm. That's under the road and down into the wetland. There's another stream further up the road. Comes off of Hill Road. This is Long Meadow Pond Brook, just upstream from my house.
That's a river.
There's the pond up off Webb Road and Hill Road. It comes down. You can see the line. There's the pond, and then it comes down and goes into the wetlands. That water backs up under my property and the gentleman next door to me. That is a raging river. There's nowhere for the water runoff to go. It just sits there and backs up and backs up.
There you go. Change the name.
That's a close-up of the bridge.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. They want to put a bridge where that peninsula comes out. Just past there, they want to put a bridge. What's going to happen? The water is going to back up. And eventually it's just going to wash out everything that they fill in. To put a bridge there, they have to fill in the wetlands. They've got to put a dam on the brook. What's that gonna do? That's what's gonna happen. That is the bridge at Rubber Avenue and Newman. That's what it looked like that day.
Small storm.
Okay, let's just let, Sean finish.
I'm done.
Oh, stop, Sean, Crayon, I'm sorry.
I'm done.
Okay, so, oh, thank you. Everybody,
How will you go?
Sam Landsman, 220 Web Road. I'm watching the meeting over the, last 4 that we've been to, and I think it just hit me that I really want to say thank you, especially to any members that came out. I was home. I know some people came out and walked around my property just to take a look at what we were talking about. I don't know who you were, but thank you for taking the time. Tonight, I just want to discuss building number 8, the designations changed. It's still building 8.
I'm at 7 now.
Yeah, I think, what are the, which building are you referring to?
It's the one on the eastern left side of the property.
It's the one down by his
building-
property, I think.
Building number 5?
It was building number 8. I don't know if I
Okay.
changed that.
Probably is.
Okay, it must be the one further to
Yes,
the,
closest down by that gazebo.
okay, yep, building 5.
Visible and ability from other people.
This building is, you can see by the grading rates, it's got quite a bit of fill. It looks like they're trying to grade it 4 feet or so. And I have a lot of concern about how that's graded towards my property and where the runoff is gonna go. So that's it for tonight, and we'll see you next meeting.
Thank you.
Robert Barker, 129 West Road. Video, couple videos, still picture. This is, the December 18th storm. This is hours after I got to work, I went by it and I just had to take this video. So the water receded. It was up higher before that. I don't know if we have no sound. Do we have sound? If a full effect of the river flow. There's gonna be a news article on there, I need sound for it. East Watershed. There we go. This is this calm little river. Well, I call it a river, brook that, low point, you can like, kind of like walk across it. But when these events that happen, this is what happens. All right, so she needs another chill. Yeah, right there. Yeah, that's just a picture of the chill. And after that, there's the sound. Okay, sound. Okay. Wow. Oh, that's not up there. Oh. How can I have sound? I can play the picture, I have sound, yeah.
Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, well, his picture is not even up there. Yeah. Right up there. Is that Like, years back, you get into that rain, not with flood. So you kind of wonder why are we getting more frequent flooding going on? What's going on? So then, I don't know, you guys got this report over here, because, the King's Part report, did you read it through?
Yeah.
All right, I don't know why we're still here then, this thing tells you everything about, do not build on floodplains. There's articles on here, I'll just read off top of it here. It says, in recent years, has experienced significant flooding along the Long Meadow Brook. The floods has caused major damage and built up portions of the brook along River Avenue in Naugatuck. Most of the buildings affected by the flooding brook are decades old and are just experiencing flooding for the first time. The regional plan recommends that any development in rural areas respect natural resources and environmental constraints. Major public investment in infrastructure is discouraged in rural areas. Also says whether the varying energy of a stream is a problem depends on whether development has taken place in natural floodplain. The obvious solution is not to build in floodplains. Equally obvious is that downstream of Field Avenue, Long Meadow Pond Brook is heavily developed and subject to flooding. And he brought up a couple articles out about this King's Bar report, so I guess he respects it. So they're telling you right here, don't build on floodplains. So now if we go all the way down to say General Bannicom, and we come all the way up to where this proposal is. All right, name one natural floodplain that we have. Could anybody name one? Is there any? The only floodplain we got is where they're gonna build. So what did we do over the last couple of years? Why is it flooding more? What's going on? Well, we had a Dollar General store right next to the brook where all that water runs off. We added a Golf Extra Mark across the street and produces the area, all asphalt running in there. And now we got a lot of development going downtown on it. We're coming up Rubber Avenue, I believe, where the old transfer station was, right on Rubber Avenue. That's gonna be developed. And now the transfer station is behind it, on the other side of the brook off of Andrew Avenue. I think they're gonna move that, and I think that's gonna be all developed over there. So now you're gonna have water running from both sides more into the brook. And what happens when you have water running here? It backs up. Where's it gonna go? To natural floodplain. Where is the natural floodplain? All the way up on Rubber Avenue Extension is a natural floodplain. So that's our water storage. That should be for water storage, not for building. He says that, we're expanding the floodplain, we're doing all that, but they're putting in, he said 6 acres of asphalt, run off the roofs and all that. That's what's gonna fill all that up, so it's irrelevant. We need more room to put the water. We need flood control in this town. I don't know if we have a flood control team here. Do we have anybody? Do we have anybody that analyzes all this? Does anybody realize where all this water comes from? It starts all the way up in Middlebury. It starts, I always thought it was at Long Meadow Pond. It's not at Long Meadow Pond. There's a lake up above there, Lake Elise is the name of it. So Lake Elise flows into Long Meadow Pond. Long Meadow Pond is 100-acre pond, 100 acres with one exit. One exit goes down. Now Lake Elise actually I believe it's like 770 feet above sea level. Now you come down to the Naugatuck River is like, I don't know, about 100 feet above sea level. So you got this raving water. That's why this is happening. That's why this little brook that you can walk across turns into this raving river. You got 3 huge bodies of water feeding this brook. So when it rains, the lake is filling, the Long Meadow Pond is filling, and it's got one exit. And where's it coming? It's coming all the way down Rubber Avenue. And then also you got Larkin's Reservoir. That feeds it too. And then there's side streams all over the place that are feeding it. So I don't believe all this crap that they're telling you, we're gonna like expand this area and it's gonna hold all that water. They don't understand how this river is, what happens. I call it a river. A brook that turns to a river. But these huge bodies of water that are filling up, you gotta just kind of envision a lake, a huge pond, a reservoir rising, and then one exit. That's what turns that into a raving river.
And that's where flooding, that's where we're gonna have flooding, and it's gonna be a guarantee. The poor guy's gonna put in a gas station over there, forget it, that's gonna be flooded, everything's gonna be flooded. So I hope you take all this into account, and for all these reasons, you gotta reject the stupid proposal, it's like idiotic. So I hope you just take everything I said into account, because, and read this report again, go over it, and it'll tell you in many, many spots on there, do not build on floodplains. So for all these reasons, you gotta reject this proposal.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to comment? And then I'm gonna move on. That was one more.
Hi, I'm Lisa Dean, 5 Westover Drive. I just wanted to point out the report that's on the Inland Wetlands website from the Southwest Conservation District. It's a detailed 20-page review of the property, and the conclusion: we do not believe the proposed site is the appropriate location for high-density development. Almost 35 acres of largely undeveloped land surrounding a water course and its associated wetlands would be considered an area that needs to be protected. Please reject this proposal. Thank you.
Now we can go on to, is anybody else?
Hoping to get a
From the public?
couple of words in on some
Okay,
clips if I could.
okay.
I just gotta get the 3 words.
If you'd like, you can turn on the microphone right in front of you,
Right here.
the one that's going up, the
It's
button.
host disabled participant screen sharing.
So.
Where is public? No, it's there.
No, he's not, he's on his own. Jessica, what's the name of your computer?
Probably CC and Huggy Daddy.
Okay.
451,
Because
CMC?
uh, 585-184.
Right there, right there.
Is that it?
Let's see.
This one here?
Yeah, I'll take it.
545-184?
Yes, please.
While he's setting up, why don't we go to Christina Gordon?
Good idea.
Okay, Christina, are you ready?
I can be ready, yes.
Thank you.
Go right ahead, Christine.
I just need screen sharing permission.
I just gave it to you.
Thank you. Okay, so I am Christina Gordon. I've come before this commission on this application at every hearing thus far. I live at 1131 Rubber Avenue, an immediate abutter to this project. So I just want to start by just going across some of the standards that really are not new, but re-emerge in the current plan of conservation and development recently approved. I have a draft version here, but it's the recently approved version of the plan of conservation that, in my assessment, this application does not adhere to.
That would be the planning commission, not this commission.
But ultimately, it's the need to protect existing and potential drinking water supplies, preserve value community, natural, biological, and historical resources, take steps to preserve and safeguard open space and land identified for preservation, et cetera. So it's environmentally sensitive design in essence. These views were echoed in Southwest Conservation's memo, and you know, as stated by the applicant, this memo is somewhat outdated as it's dated January 16th, and their latest plan rendition came out January 26th, I believe. But I think these statements still ring true. You know, they cite that buildings proposed impacts on one of the only remaining spaces, which many people have already stated, so I'll be brief. But ultimately, they conclude that the increased stormwater runoff from the impervious surfaces will alter the hydrology, removing the vegetation and modifying the wetlands will reduce the site's water holding capacity and its ability to you know, mitigate storm flow. To that end, there has been separate developments shown as alternative feasible, you know, ways to develop this site. You know, in essence, I mean, this project does not need to cross the wetlands other than to provide a desired internal circulation for what is a very dense residential development. You know, simply said, you could potentially build in portions of this site and have non-connected developments, which is not ideal for the applicant, but that certainly isn't another alternative to say that they can't do anything to further reduce their proposed impact. I contest it, and I say it insults the intellect of every resident, town official, and interested party. So previously, peer reviewers had contested their methods of measurement in terms of drainage discharge from the site. Now the applicant has given us cut and fill calculations. I previously spoke about concerns of steep slopes. Those still persist in this application, but now we do have these cut and fill values. And there's an extensive amount of fill, not just cut, but fill. And so the fill will be non-native, which again will alter the hydrology of the site. Today, the applicant stated that on record, there will be an increase in the volume of the discharge. To his best capabilities, he inferred that it will be de minimis. However, it's more than evident from all of the recent flood events, many of which the residents just showed footage of, that any increase in volume cannot be sustained downstream from this property. These flood events continue to be increasing in frequency and severity, and it's echoed all throughout the King's Mark reports that the town of Naugatuck themselves commissioned that upstream development of any sizable density should be avoided at all costs, and not just in Naugatuck, but in the municipalities of Oxford and Middlebury as well. I will again just briefly touch on something which the commission opines is not in their purview. However, parking standards for this application would typically be that which each parking space is 180 square feet. And for residential, it is 3 parking spaces per dwelling unit. So the applicant boasts that this current application has reduced the number of units and further reduced the number of parking spaces, but they are optimistic in that they're creating their own regulation. So if the Planning and Zoning Commission holds them accountable to meet current regulations, this puts them at a 532 space parking deficit at 180 square feet per parking space. That amounts to 95,760 additional square feet of coverage, which essentially would inflate their proposed coverage from 17.9% to about 24%. This is at best an underestimation because I don't have vehicular circulation baked into this. This is just parking spaces alone. The King's Mark group, I flashed this at the last hearing as well, and I will do so again, concludes that water degradation occurs between 10 and 26% of impervious coverage. The current application, which does not conform to zoning regulation, is at 17.9%. But when the applicant is forced to meet the regulations, does the Conservation Commission force them to come back? Does it make their approval, should they receive one, null and void? Because ultimately, once they put in all of that additional coverage, which I think was at about 93,000 square feet, they're going to well exceed the 26% threshold that is defined as definite degradation. The last speaker spoke about just the general Kingsmar conclusions that, again, were provided to the town in a report commissioned by the town to avoid mass density upstream of this flood course. And I think that should very much be adhered to. And for all of these reasons, I once again ask that this application be denied. Thank you.
Yes, we have Melissa Leonard raising her hand. Okay.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for allowing all of us to speak and for your dedication to this application. I just wanted to take issue with some of the things that the applicant said, like there will be few wetland impacts. Runoff from the roofs and parking lots uh, are going to create tremendous impact. I don't understand why they're saying there will be few wetland impacts. Before I get on, my question was in the last meeting, I think Marcia asked for runoff calculations from the roofs. Did you get that? I didn't go through everything that's come in since the last meeting. Did you get those?
I believe it's included in the drainage report. Is that, can I ask Mr. Overton, is that correct? It's in the drainage report? Yeah, so we have that. I had asked just for clarification on the impervious surfaces, which they provided tonight.
Okay. I will take a look at those. They also said the pre-existing flooding shouldn't be taken or doesn't need to be taken into consideration because this project's not going to add to it. However, the pre-existing flooding is going to affect this project. Yeah, maybe this project won't add to the flooding, but the flooding is going to creep back up into this project. And all of the runoff from the parking lot, we're going to get water in the parking lot, additional water in the parking lot, and it will run off into the brook. Also mentioned that the density of this development is not of concern. Obviously, the density of the development impacts the amount of impervious surfaces, and so it is absolutely of concern. I believe that's all I have. I mean, everybody else has pretty much said everything. I think this is going to be a tremendous impact on the wetlands, and I think it's an inappropriate use of this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you all ready to go?
I think so.
Okay.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Chester Cornacchia, I'm an intervener on behalf of the Westover Hills subdivision residents. I'm speaking to you tonight as an Naugatuck resident, born and raised here. I've got my family here, my wife, my 2 kids, my 3 dogs. And we have a subdivision up on the hill which overlooks some of this property over here with about 56 homes in it. For the last 30 years, I've been involved with economic development in the community. I was a past chairman of the Naugatuck Economic Development Commission, also a founding member of the Naugatuck Economic Development Corporation Board.
And I say this because I'm not anti-development, I'm pro-development. One of the things I've learned in 30 years is that development has to be smart for our community to grow. And it's got to be built upon principles that enhance the community and not exploit its resources or endanger its residents. So the proposed development, the apartments at Long Meadow, is overtly dense and environmentally exploitative. By the developer's own submissions, it's substantially impactful to the wetlands. It's a direct threat to the 56 families at the Westover Hills subdivision, and these residents rely on the Long Meadow Pond Brook Aquifer Recharge Basin for their clean drinking water. What I wanted to do tonight was echo some of Christina's sentiments and talk about the Connecticut statewide plan on conservation and development. This is part of the Connecticut General Statutes 8-23. It's for planning and zoning, but it's designed for all commissions. And it's, again, it's an advisory document that each municipality is required to produce. There's 6 growth management principles. If you look on the screen here, I'm going to try to go through this quick. Number 1, the state of Connecticut asks each community to develop their own plan of conservation and development. They want you to redevelop and revitalize regional centers and areas with existing or currently planned physical infrastructure, expand housing opportunities, concentrate development around transportation nodes, conserve and restore the natural environment, protect and ensure the integrity of environmental assets, and promote integrated planning across all levels of government. And again, this is a planning and zoning document, but the way it's set up now is if there's a way to move that, can you swing that
Your
over?
screen, it's your screen.
Oh, my screen. So,
Oh, this
Yeah.
here? All right.
is that better? So what they ask is that, we just recently ratified a plan of conservation and development in our town. This is the newest revision. Commissioners spent several months on this. And what they ask is that all town boards and commissions refer to it on an ongoing basis. And it's best when decisions are being made, not only about development applications, but public facility improvements, public works projects, resource protection, and annual budget for budget preparations. So again, I'm gonna have to move this thing around. I apologize. Is there a way to minimize this?
Hit the single line right there.
I can't see it though.
You're all
You're
set.
set.
There it is.
It's Ed has to take.
All right. So. Okay, so Norway adopted a smart growth plan, again, for economic development, for planning purposes. With the regional plan of conservation and development, which is part of the Council of Governments, which we're a part of, and we pay to be a part of this. The targeting areas are target growth in areas where adequate infrastructure is available, including the transportation network. That would be downtown, where we've got the railway station, where we've got access to the major arterial highways. Discourage all forms of large-scale development in rural areas. And again, this is part of the plan of conservation and development. Conserve farmland as an important natural resource and increase affordable housing. Now, the applicant's spoken on numerous occasions about affordable housing and how this development is going to fill a need that we have in our community. If you look at the Council of Governments data and the Plan of Conservation and Development, Naugatuck is a leading central member, and we meet the 10% aspirational level. We're at 9.5% now, 9% in 2006, and back with our approved developments that we have for our downtown area, we're going to be well over 10% likely by the end of the year. And this chart kind of shows it there. If you kind of take a look, you can see we best the other communities significantly by 2 to 3 times. And again, Waterbury, as the only large city on the network, is at 20%. We're at 9% based upon the 2006 reading. So the Council of Governments, and again, our plan of conservation says you have to relate the land use intensity to the capability of the land. Natural constraints such as soil type, slope, and water resources are all going to affect the ability to support development. So if you got a tough piece of property, you've got to work around
they're encouraging you to preserve natural resources. They also talk of decreasing allowed development intensity where it exceeds the natural capabilities of the land if the infrastructure is not available. Again, this is a rural piece. If you look on a 2001 Plan of Conservation and Development, where that giant arrow is, in the center there is a red blotch surrounded by some yellow and green. That's the subject site. And they had taken this area, which was industrial 2 at the time, and they had recommended it be changed to R30 because of the changing rural character of the development since the 1960s. In this particular model here, again, on the Council of Governments website, it lists the I-2 area and the watershed area as prohibitive and the lands around it as severe, with a sliver of it being in the moderate category. None of the subject property falls into minimal. The Plan of Conservation additionally talks of controlling land use to avoid contamination, minimizing impervious areas, maximizing groundwater recharge, reducing disruption of natural drainage and vegetation, establishing buffers and setbacks for high priority resources, regulate activities that affect wetlands and watercourses, and controlling development of public water supply, watersheds, and protect well recharge areas. This particular area, the wet meadow at the Long Meadow Pond Brook Aquifer, is a well recharge area, and it happens to be the well recharge area for the Westover Hills subdivision and the communities that surround the property with the 3 ridge lines. We'll get into that in a minute. This is the Westover Hills subdivision. It's comprised of Westover Drive, Graham Ridge Road, Farmstead Lane, again, 56 single-family homes, roughly $22 to $25 million to the tax rolls. We're well water and city sewer. We've got 48 school-aged children, 18 elderly residents, 9 group home residents. Each home has well water, which is fed by the Connecticut DEP 6917-00-2R2 sub-regional and local Long Meadow Pond Brook Aquifer Recharge Basin, which is situated just south of the subdivision. And that's where the blue arrow is, and that's the subject property. This is an example that we were able to put together showing, again, to the west, the Larkin Ridge line. The Aquifer Recharge Basin, an analogy would be similar to, say, a clawfoot bathtub with the drain side missing. And where we are, again, to the west is the Larkin Ridge line, to the north is the Bosco Ridge line and Westover Hills, to the south is the Wilmot Ridge line, and then down to the east is Rubber Avenue, and ultimately it drains into the river. And you can see, as an aquifer is set up, it's a filtration device effectively for the Class A waters that are brought into the property. Ample information on the record that goes into that. Just wanted to point that out, that this is a very sensitive aquifer recharge basin. Once you contaminate it, there's no going in there and cleaning it up. If you see on the bottom where it says aquifer there, whatever contaminants become mobile upon being disturbed will end up there. And that's not a project that anyone can fix. On the most recent plan with the Long Meadow Apartments, their alternative plans disregard almost every aspect of the Naugatuck Plan of Conservation Development, the Council of Governments Plan, the Connecticut Regional Plan of Conservation, and they violate the rural area designation of the Long Meadow Pond Brook, and that any development should respect natural resources and environmental constraints. None of the plans submitted to date properly respect the Uplands Review Area. And Mr. Attorney Dubakecki had touched upon that. They treat it as if it's not there, and as if it's not significant. None of the plans mitigate the runoff into the wetland areas, and all pose numerous threats to contamination to the aquifer recharge basin, which is so vital to our clean drinking water supply. Now remember, the Regional Plan of Conservation and Development recommends that communities discourage all forms of large-scale development in rural areas and relate land use intensity to the capability of the land. And again, if you look here on the next screen, you've got the next screen stuck. Let's see here. We got. That's not. Am I still on?
Yep.
Because it's not coming up here.
You're on the wrong machine.
It's talking now.
No, you're on the other machine. No, you're presentation.
It says connecting.
You stopped your share.
Huh?
You stopped the share.
I didn't know anything. I got two machines that are down connected. So how is this logged on? Over here, it says sign in. This is your machine now.
I don't see public there, Laura. And I don't see the 5851 from before.
Yeah, 585 is gone. Oh. Thank you.
Maybe it is, not there, it's not even here. I don't know that, available, I have.
Should be NP. Yes, it does.
I think it's 7 o'clock, it's at home. And it's not here anymore. Yeah. Not there.
Our Wi-Fi's off here.
Oh, okay,
So we're cut off.
alright, so, thank you. Did you want to wrap it up with anything, do you have any closing comments?
Well, I had, some footage that we wanted to kind of frame with some of the other things that I'd like to submit. I mean, there's about 8 photographs that detail some time sequence of the, subject property, as well as, wrap up to the Council of Governments.
We can submit all that for the record, we can submit all that in a paper copy of the slides?
What's that?
You can submit a paper copy of the slides for the record?
Sure,
You have them?
let me just,
Once it closes.
Once this closes, we can't take anything.
Just point of reference,
I might have some of them available.
all parties in interest should have the ability to respond and rebut to items that are being brought into the record, as long as they provide it in a reasonable period of time. That's what the case law would support.
We'll have to, defer to the attorney, Fitzpatrick, but hearing's closed.
Lori, this is Dave Rogers. I might have some of Chester's pictures I might be able to display.
if you want to pop them up, that'll be great. Let me see what we got here, Dave.
Dave, I made you a co-host.
Okay. I had a couple comments I'd like to make after two. All right, so let me.
So Dave, if you start with I don't know if you got the first one, if you can show that.
I wish I was more technologically sound.
So
I
do we.
know, yeah, I know. This is one picture that I know we have.
Chester.
Did that come up?
Yeah.
Dave, I'm not
Okay.
sure which one we're looking at there, though.
Is it on the screen, Chester?
Yeah, it is, but that's,
How about this one? No.
all right, so let's start with the first, Dave, hold on.
Ah. It's not letting me, sorry. I don't know. No. I'm not gonna be able to do it. I apologize. I do
So,
have some of my own comments. I'm gonna stop sharing them.
This is Christina Gordon. Chester, I did receive your PowerPoint. I can share it.
beautiful, if you wanna, maybe we'll go from there, then I'll just tell you the next slide, if you don't mind.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
No
We still
problem.
have a place here?
No.
We're just on another way, public way.
All right. My screen sharing.
So, thank you, I appreciate that. So again, I was looking at alternative plan number 5, and I think we're up to 6 now, I'm not sure. And the point of this slide really is just to point out that within, again, the disregard for the 100-foot buffer, we've got just one of these buildings, which is completely outside of the buffer. Everything else is within the buffer or within the wetlands. And again, the regional plan recommends that no development take place in areas of prohibited natural resource constraints, and that you conserve and restore the natural environment. This land is severely encumbered by the wetlands and steep sloping terrain. Don't take my word for it, ask the applicant's MAI appraisal. Next slide, Christina. Oh, back one, there we go, oh, right there. Okay, so, and as Attorney Dubikecki pointed out earlier, January 3rd, 2002, George Shawa, who was the MAI appraiser for Baldwin Pearson, opined each lot is wooded with extremely steep topography and extensive wetlands. The highest and best use of the property must be considered to be the development of land with single-family dwellings. The future development of these lots is with single-family residents, if the lot will permit, and its highest and best use of each parcel. Still not convinced? Don't take his word for it. Let's look at some of the most recent rain events. Next slide, Christina. Okay, so on December 18th of 2023, we have Rubber Avenue on the left, Rubber Avenue extension on the left, and we've got Webb Road on the right, and we've got, this was a marked rainfall of 1.27 inches. And again, that's the wet meadow area and the wetlands area in the center there, and the meandering stream, which is underwater there. And if you look at that point there, you've got the gazebo for point of reference. Next slide, Christina. So on January 3rd, the same parcel, this was about 0.03 inches of rain and a little bit of snow thaw. And again, the parcel is flooded. You can see the stream in the center over there making its way through it. And again, the gazebo on the bottom. Webb Road on the right and Rubber Avenue extension on the left. Next slide. About 12 days later, you can see that the site is partially drained. And again, you've got Webb Road on the right, you've got Rubber Avenue extension on the left. Gazebo, unfortunately, is right below here. Okay, next slide, Christina. Another vantage point, this is on December 19th, which again, it was a marked rainfall of 1.27 inches. You got Webb Road in front of you on the yellow line, and you've got Rubber Avenue extension, which is in the background there. You can see a pretty severely flooded out meadow. Next slide. January 13th, again, about an inch of rain, Webb Road in the front, Rubber Avenue extension in the back, and you can see partially flooded meadow. Thank you. Next. Okay, so the rubber shards and everything else that's on his property, to me, that's the ghost of Uniroyal past.
The record reflects the existence of volatile organic compounds. We know this, they know this, everybody knows this. One of the gentlemen was talking about Nick Salinardi. He used to use the rubber shards as a means to conserve water. He used to mix it with the topsoil and put it in his flower beds, and he could use half of the water. I had conversations with him about this. It was a well-known fact that he dispersed those all over his flower beds and all over most of the property. So back then, what was really meant as a water conservation measure now threatens the very resource that it was intending to protect. So Southwest, in their statements, cautioned the reader. They said, whatever you do, they said, exposing any portion of the community to these VOCs or contaminants should not be entertained unless a remediation process was dramatically reducing or eliminating the threat. This application flies in the face of that, as it actually proposes the opposite. Christina, next, please. Skip that one next, please. Okay, so, and again, the record is replete with Southwest Conservation reports, BNL companies, peer reviews, plural, Steve Trinkus' reports. Tonight, Steve Dancer as the soil scientist, and the Save Naugatuck residents' letters, testimony, and footage. All of these reports and testimony and follow-up very explicitly detail the multitude of issues with this overtly dense and environmentally exploitative project. Their conclusions speak for themselves. Read them and absorb the magnitude of the exploitation and disrespect for this particular area. There's natural features that are being overlooked. There's all kinds of corners that are being cut deliberately so that they can jam this project into whatever available land they have that is outside of an actual wetland. And they still manage to on the wetland areas pretty significantly, and the upland review areas, they don't even consider it. And again, it is not even an afterthought. So it's our urgent request to ask this commission to protect the wetlands in the upland review areas, which are so vitally important for the Long Meadow Pond Aquifer Recharge Basin, which is inextricably linked to the clean water and supply and the health of our residents at the Westover Hills subdivision. That's all I have.
Is there anybody else on?
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Dave Rogers. I have a couple of things I'd like to show and a couple comments I'd like to make.
Okay.
So if you, whenever I can share, Ed, let me know.
You're all set to go.
Okay. So that was the day after January 10th.
You're not sharing. We don't see your screen.
It didn't share? Okay. Sorry. I am away and trying to click on it and my computer is not really cooperating. I'm sorry. Is it sharing?
No, we don't see any.
All right. So the video that I showed before for the other applicant is really one of the things I was going to show, that flooding with the car and the bridge. So obviously, there's a flooding issue. I'd like to ask the engineer from BL if he wouldn't mind speaking to what he thinks the development based upon the plans that are out there now, how that would impact flooding downstream, in his opinion.
That would be up to you.
Yes, I was actually going to ask that question as well. So you can unmute Rob Rolls.
You need to, oh. Go
Good
ahead,
evening.
Rob.
For the record, my name is Robert Rolls. I'm a principal engineer with BL Companies, and I've been tasked with the peer review of this application. to answer the question, I guess my feeling is there's part of what I side with part of the argument the applicant makes in the analysis of peak flow. It's the peak flow rate that really controls the flooding situations. But I also agree with part of the argument that Mr. Trinkus made regarding an increase in volume that affects other things. Having said that, the videos that I saw tonight for the first time indicate some pretty severe hydraulic inadequacies along Long Meadow Pond Road. That's not going to get better with development anywhere in the watershed that leads to that water body.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd also, it's amazing to me that we're on the 6th alternative, and a company like SLR, who's very professional, you would think they'd come up with something that wouldn't receive scathing reports from the peer reviews. Both Southwest and BL are scathing of what they're presenting. And the only thing that comes to mind is that they're avoiding, as Chester just said, they're trying to avoid many issues so that they can sneak this through the inland wetlands and the borough of Naugatuck without answering some questions that need to be answered. The wastewater is just part of it. And 6th alternative, and they seem to totally ignore the upland review situation. There's on Webb Road, those are really steep upland review areas, and they're gonna be clear cutting them. I don't know how. And Jim Stewart's comment last meeting, questioning how they're going to be within 15 feet of wetlands, and they're going to put up a 4-story building without impacting the wetlands. That seems impossible to me. And you know, I would really like to know how they're going to eradicate Japanese knotwood, because I've been doing a lot of research on that, and I'd really like to know how they're going to get rid of that. Could they possibly answer that? Because I've read some ways they're going to do it, and the only way that I have seen any proof that it works is through the use of herbicides, and significant herbicides when the plant is flowering, between when it's flowering and when the first frost hits. So if they've got another way without using herbicides, I'd really like them to tell us about it.
Would the applicant like to answer that question now? I'm not sure if Mr. Overton knows that, or if Marley would be involved with that. Can you go ahead and unmute Marley?
Details of the particular management of invasive species would be, again, conditioned on the approved inland wetlands permit, and something that would be definitely shared with the town and the commission when and if the permit was approved. I would also recommend anyone to look towards the integrated pest management plan that Darren brought up at the beginning of the meeting, that goes into detail about some of the strategies that would be utilized to lessen the use of chemical means for dealing with invasive species.
Well, before, you didn't really answer that question. I did put you on the spot. However, before you think about approving this, I think that the Inland Wetlands Committee ought to make sure that they know the answer to that. I'd also like to thank the Inland Wetlands Commission for putting up with this over and over and over again. I'd also like to thank the citizens of Naugatuck for fighting such a ridiculous proposal. Thank you.
Anyone else on Zoom? No?
I don't have anyone right now.
Okay. And then anyone from the public who has any new information? It's getting late, so just want to give the opportunity if anybody has not spoken and has relevant new information to share with us.
I would.
Okay, so you sign in and come to the podium
Okay.
and try to keep your comments brief as
Well, I'm gonna be
possible.
brief today, I'll tell you. My name is Louis Lugori, 1075 River Avenue, right next to the pipeline. Those Chinese knotweeds, impossible. You can pour diesel on them, you can pour gas on them, you can pave over them. They're just gonna go around the other way to come out. They're impossible to get rid of. That's why they're called what they're called. They're impossible. I can tell you right now, I tried a lot of things to get rid of mine. I got a little spot in my backyard. I caught them, I chopped them down, and they just keep going back. Matter of fact, worse sometimes. The more you play with them, the worse they get. You've seen, like a Rubber Avenue, it was like a few of them, as they mowed them down, all they did was reseed the road. You can't get rid of those plants. I know several landscapers, I know a lot of people, they're impossible to get rid of. So if they're there, you bury them, you run them over, you dig them out, no matter what you do, they're just gonna pop up on the first chance they get.
Thank you.
I don't know where to sign in here. Oh, okay. That's the spot where it says.
Did you have something?
Because of the time, yes, I'm not gonna go through, but these are, jump drives with pictures of the wetlands and the whole area over this recent January, where you can see substituting those flooding areas you've seen. In the uplands
State your
area,
name again, please.
Jeff Dory, 255 Wood Road. When you walk those area in the uplands, it's just squelchy flood, not just the inlet waters where they're coming, but two main ones on Wood Road. You walk the rest of the area, there's only one small piece just where the road comes down from Westover Hills. It's a high part. The rest is all flooded. You can't be planting any or putting anything in there.
Thank you. Okay, no more public comment. All right, so I just wanted to ask, I guess, I think it was Mr. Lansman, maybe that, are you still here? That gave us this. You had some questions about, the elevation here, and I'm just wondering if the applicant can answer your questions while we're here, because we're gonna close the public hearing tonight. We have no more, we've run out of time, so.
Well, is that building 5 or 8 now?
It's, well, I believe it's building 5, right, the one on the farm.
5.
Yeah, so maybe Mr.
Building 5 is on the water fill. It's graded towards my property. And that's the part that sticks into the wetland, but they're wanting to add more wetlands on the south side of the property.
So is this the one that's, in the floodplain that they're moving and, okay,
Yeah.
so,
So the question is, how is that water that's graded down? Where is it going? Is it going onto my property?
okay, would you like to address, his question, please?
So the roof leaders, excuse me, for building 5 are tied into the storm drainage system. There's about a 15-foot area behind the building that slopes away from the building, and then a slope that goes down towards the property line. Along the property line, the contours show that there's a swale along there that drains as it slopes back towards Long Meadow Pond Brook. So that slope and the flat area behind the building would drain into that swale down towards Long Meadow Pond Brook.
So drain towards the south, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Does that answer your question? Yes, okay, thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions? Okay, Tracy, do you have any questions?
I don't think I have any questions now, but I do have some comments. And the comments that I have are that, you know, one, thank you very much to the public for turning out, you know, and speaking your piece. We do appreciate everybody's comments. Thank you to the intervener, and thank you to the applicant and your teams as well for going back in and hearing the public. It's very important to hear the public and making the revisions, you know, as best as you could, and to answer questions not only from the commission but also from the public. So I thank you for that. I know this has not been an easy road for anyone. So, you know, that's pretty much it. We have a lot of information that we've been given. We still have a lot of information to review. Some of it we just received today. So, you know, just give us some time. We want and will do what is right for the wetlands. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. So since we have to close this hearing tonight, does anybody, the applicant or the intervener, need to submit anything, reviewing anything that was said tonight? Yes.
We would like to make a few rebuttal points, Madam Chair, but first I would just like to make sure you agree that everybody else is done speaking, because as the applicant, we get to make, of course, the final remarks and rebuttal and to close the hearing. So as long as I know that nobody else is coming up after us, then we would like to go ahead and do that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, actually, first I'm gonna ask Darren Overton, please, to come up and share any points that you would like in response to comments we heard tonight, especially with regard to stormwater and that sort of thing. And then I'll make a few wrap-up comments. Brief on both counts.
There are very few things that are certain in life, but there's one thing I'm pretty certain of, is that when it comes to total suspended solids removal rates, Mr. Trinkus and I will never agree on those. I think that's one thing we can probably agree on. So when in Mr. Trinkus' analysis, he looks at various published data and uses the lower removal rates. When I look at the published data, I tend to use the higher removal rates. And I rely on also independent testing that's done by the manufacturer, whether that's testing in the field or in a lab. It's verified information. And that information that I submitted as part of this is as the 80% total suspended solids removal for the hydrodynamic separator knows, is information that also the Connecticut DOT and the Connecticut Deep review as part of verifying the use of the structure that we proposed on this project is approved by both of those agencies for use by the DOT for highway projects. So it's not like we just pick some random thing and throw it in there and then try to support it with random information. We do these things very deliberately and based on, because I mean, quite frankly, if I was in your position, I would look at the information at one point that maybe I presented as being valid, and then I'd look at what Mr. Trinkus presented. Well, maybe he's valid. Who do I believe? So in situations like that, I look towards a state agency that publishes data or approves the use of such types of structures. And that's part of the reason why we chose the hydrodynamic separator that we did. And I won't go into details. There's more details in the response letter that I wrote with direct references to the DOT approval for that hydrodynamic separator. And again, the standard is 80% removal. And I believe based on the information that we submitted, we do meet that standard. And we're going to agree to disagree that it doesn't. And that standard is set because there has to be standards for these sorts of things for folks like you to evaluate these applications. And Connecticut Deep has set the standard for 80% removal. Would they like to achieve 100%? I'm sure they would. It's very difficult to achieve 100% total suspended solids removal. And therefore the standard is set as 80 because it's virtually unachievable to get 100% of everything out of stormwater. There's also a number of other pollutants that were referenced here as entering into stormwater. A lot of that comes from atmospheric deposition that we don't control. A lot of it is from mentioned for the use of vehicles on the roads, things that we don't control, but every one of us probably got in a car and we drove here, rubber tires on a car. And we all know those rubber tires wear down and we have to replace them periodically. So where does that rubber go? It goes on the road. The point is, there's a standard for you meeting the 80% TSS removal. And as part of that standard, as Mr. Trinkus mentioned, is that it also, there's pollutants that bind to that sediment and are removed as part of it. And that's the standard, and I believe we meet it. As far as the other pollutants, part of what Megan's testimony previously was about the wetlands themselves and her evaluation of the functions and values and the character of the wetlands. And I just want to bring up one of the points that she made to this commission, and that the central corridor for Long Meadow Pond Brook is a high-value wetland, but it's not a high-sensitivity wetland. And there were some questions about it. Well, why is that? Well, Long Meadow Pond Brook sees a lot of runoff from adjacent roadways, Rubber Ave, Webb Road. Most of those roadways, all that they have for stormwater management is a 2-foot sump. So Long Meadow Pond Brook, with its 6+ acre square mile watershed above it, sees runoff from public roadways that have very little stormwater management, from prior development projects that have little or no stormwater management, and therefore there's a high pollutant load coming down that stream on a regular basis. And because of that, the wetlands and the plants that are in those wetlands have acclimated to seeing those pollutant loads. So the standard in the design that we have designed for, the 80% total spend solids removal, I believe we meet that standard. And we meet the general accepted standards for the water quality management on the project. There was one other point.
That's on you.
I'm not sure why Mr. Trinkus was mentioning how much flow and volume was gonna be for a 48 or 72-hour storm. Very few storms I'm aware of that last that long, and that's why the standard for analysis is a 24-hour storm, and that's what we did. He mentioned that increased volume will exacerbate areas of extreme erosion on banks. As far as I'm seeing from my work on the site, there are no extremely eroded banks on the channels on the site. And therefore, again, as I mentioned earlier, we do have the volume increase. The volume passes through the water course over a 24-hour period of time that we analyzed. It passes through before the largest volume and peak flow from the upper 6 square mile watershed passes. And therefore, for the reasons that I stated earlier and the ones in our responses, that volume increase is not going to have an adverse impact on flooding, erosion, and you meet the peak flow attenuation for the stormwater management. We've analyzed it for both the site itself and also the entire watershed. So recognizing everybody's tired of hearing the testimony, I think I'll wrap it up there. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your consideration and considering your job is not easy. I know I sat on a wetland commission for 13 years and was a chair for 8 of it. So I understand the position you're in and I appreciate the effort that you take and the time you spend in reviewing all this information. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just ask if Marley wanted to add anything. Be happy to give you the floor for a moment before I wrap it up. Your call.
I don't think I have anything further to add that Darren didn't already touch upon. Thank you.
I want to make a couple of reply points to the comments that you received from the intervener opponent to our application tonight, Madam Chair and Commission members. Attorney DeLuca-Keki, I believe, began by saying that the safety of the crossing locations is a zoning issue, not a wetlands issue. Well, of course, safety of the alternative that's being proposed is something that would fall under whether it is a feasible and prudent alternative, because prudent considers a lot of things, including reasonableness, and public safety would not be something that we could so cavalierly ignore. Be a rather extreme suggestion, actually, to say that you should do something that's unsafe under the feasible and prudent alternative test. You also made a comment about the wetland statute, and to me, the history is not as relevant, but this part I think needs to be corrected. You testified that the Wetlands Act was adopted in the early 1970s, true, and then it only got tougher. Well, that leaves out some important changes that were made to the statute, some of which I reviewed tonight that haven't been talked about previously, and a bunch of them were done in the early 2000s in response to court cases that actually limited and constricted the jurisdiction and the authority of an inland wetlands agency, and that's why there are now, what matters now is, what does the statute say today? And that's why there are provisions in there that do say, if you're going to look at activities outside the wetlands, the question has to be whether those activities affect the wetlands. And if you're going to look at habitat, the question is whether the habitat in the wetlands and the physical characteristics of the wetlands are being harmed. And so well beyond the cases and the statutory references that were made,
The changes have been made actually to limit wetlands authority in that regard, to make it very clear where the limits and the lanes are, if you will, the guide rails for the commission's action. It's true that it is not, the upland review area is not a no-build zone. But Attorney Keki made the point about how he had introduced the concept of a low-density subdivision referred to an appraiser's opinion. I'm not sure why, but all of that, again, as I said at the beginning, not how this works, okay? A feasible and prudent alternative test is not a question about whether you could do something different completely than the development that you are proposing. The question is whether the specific impacts that you're proposing, which in this regard are the 3 crossings, have an alternative to them in the crossing that would be feasible and prudent and would have less environmental impact. So that's the test. And we covered that and went over that in detail, that there are none. Darren explained specifically how those are being proposed and constructed very thoughtfully for the location, for the resource, potential impacts, where they need to be, et cetera. And highest and best use, of course, is not relevant to your analysis. The question is whether there are regulated activities that are likely to impact wetlands. I just want to follow up on something that Darren just said in response to Mr. Trinkus. Mr. Trinkus is drawing upon New Hampshire data and saying, well, the testing of the hydrodynamic separator was done in a lab. He did not say whether or not the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has endorsed his evaluation of the hydrodynamic separators or the New Hampshire data that he talked about. And as far as I know, it hasn't, and as Darren just confirmed, Connecticut DEP looks at those devices and approves them for the State Department of Transportation to use. I've never seen that evaluation of a hydrodynamic separator having a low TSS removal rate endorsed by the DEP or by any town wetlands agency. So that was new to me as well. We heard a lot of comments at length tonight that again are outside a wetlands agency's purview, but I feel like that needs to be emphasized. Downstream flooding offsite, that's not a wetlands question. It's not. It's just not. Whether it's funny or not, it's not. Bears, aquifers, drinking water, also not a wetlands issue. There's plenty of case law on that. The state plan of conservation and development, nothing to do with wetlands. Again, I would urge this commission, please, to stay in your lane. I say that respectfully because that's the best way to go and to follow the rules on it. And so non-wetlands issues, hyperbole, assumptions, speculation, fears of the type of housing, even an opinion that sounds like an expert opinion, but actually has no direct factual basis that's connected to the activities proposed here. None of that is substantial evidence of a likely impact on wetlands. None of that, which you heard tonight, is grounds or a sound reason to deny our application. And last, once again, you allowed extensive testimony about the state plan of conservation and development and the town's plan of conservation and development, and that is no part of a wetlands agency's jurisdiction. The correct statement that was made is that it's in Title 8 of the statutes. A town planning commission is required to adopt a new plan every 10 years, and it has nothing to do with wetlands agency jurisdiction. It's a planning and zoning policy issue, and it's a plan, it's an objective. Our state Supreme Court actually has held that the POCD cannot be used to deny an application, and that was in a zoning case. It would never be used or even considered in a wetlands case. There was testimony about the amount of money that's on the tax rolls from the subdivision. Again, totally irrelevant to this kind of application. It has no relationship to the wetlands regulations, and none of that is legal grounds for in the wetlands action of any kind, in any direction. So, again, I urge you to stay in your lane, apply the rules that govern a wetlands agency action, and we respectfully request that you approve our application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna close this public hearing. 10:45. And we have 35 days, 35, Lori, for the decision. So we'll meet back here March 6th, 6:30. We don't have to do 6:45, right?
No, because this is not part of a public hearing now, so next month we will, vote.
Okay, and I just wanted to thank everybody for being here tonight, the applicant, the intervener, the engineers. I appreciate your time, your expertise, and I appreciate all the comments from the residents. I know we all do, and we will take everything into consideration that we can. And we're all here to protect the wetlands, so thank you, appreciate it. Good night.
Yes,
Mark,
yes, you can.
let's take a 5 minutes.
It's gonna be a 5-minute break to anybody on Zoom.
Okay, so now let's move into our regular meeting agenda. No one, anybody from the public, anybody online who would like to comment on anything that was not on the agenda this evening? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, all right, so let's see, item B, commission discussion decision regarding IW 2308 for proposed development, Long Meadow Apartments to be located over multiple parcels on Webb Road and Rubber Avenue, applicant Apartments at Long Meadow LLC. We're going to vote at the next meeting now. Commission discussion decision regarding application IW 2310 for proposed fuel pumps, canopy, and additional pavement to be added to site with existing building located at 801 Rubber Avenue, applicant Nadine Khalid. Are we going to continue our public hearing until next month?
We didn't do anything.
Okay, oh, I skipped the minutes. All right, and the minutes, we have to do December and January.
And we have a change on the December one.
Yeah.
December sixth.
There you go.
I think it's just on the first page.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
the
page
shell.
one and page 9, but I think
Yes.
page 9 is correct.
Did you see where it was?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, all right, can I have a motion to approve the
I'll
minutes
make a
with the
motion.
change?
I'll second.
Wendy, Ann, and Brian, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Tracy, you good?
She raised her hand.
Oh, okay, great. All right,
Did you?
Did she?
We
trust.
can you hear us, Trace? Oh, she needs to be unmuted, she said.
I asked her to mute.
Tracy?
Can you hear me?
Where, go ahead, Trace.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was going to actually ask to table the minutes, but just to the next meeting, just because it's so late and we want to get through the other stuff, you know, but
You're moving right along.
Okay.
yeah.
They made a motion already and everybody said yes, approved so far, except you, December sixth with corrections.
All right, how about the January 3rd minutes? Anybody have any changes? Okay,
I have no choice.
Oh, I know you did.
did you have any changes, Tracy?
Nope, no changes for me.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Motion.
Louise, and
Oh.
second, Brian. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And now let's, do we have any new business?
No,
How about correspondence?
none.
The WEO report, Prospect Street application IW 20-08.
I received his extension of his temporary bridge from the state. It is a permit renewal, 6 months only. Its expiration date, the new one is 7/12/2024. So he would need to get his work done.
By 7/12. Okay, and how about, application IW,
He's still working on IW 2303 for 707-709 Rubber Ave.
yeah,
They're still working on the house. They had a lot of work that we didn't expect, so.
okay. And how about the IW 2307 pedestrian walkway overflowing Millbrook?
The bridge isn't there yet. He was supposed to get it, last month, but it's not there yet, so
Okay,
that's fine, because once he gets it, the later in the year, the nicer the weather, he can paint it nice. If it comes now, it's gonna be ugly.
okay. All right, and administrative business?
Wait. That's, I did. I'm sorry. It's, quickly. Sorry. It is, I don't know where. Okay, it's for, Zero May Street. I don't know what I did with it. I have it here. Zero May Street is over. Here it is.
Oh,
So we got a complaint that there was some silt coming down the bank with the heavy storms.
this is Bethline Properties.
And that's my properties, and I did not. Anyways, they did a temporary, a fix, so they're gonna go in and put silt fence and everything until they can get, she hired an engineer to do the soil and erosion control.
What is the silt from? Like, what's
From
happening?
above where, this is Line Weber's property where they had previously dug out some of the dirt up top. But the brook is way down the bottom. And with those heavy storms,
They were doing excavating in there and not realize, they thought they had a permit, which they don't. We had stopped them. And they're putting together a site plan and whatnot potentially. Meanwhile, we had all this rain that hit and it started making the sandbanks start to flow down towards the wetland area, which basically runs along Country Hollow Road.
Okay.
So we've asked,
So
that's what we asked, so they're,
they hired
person.
an engineer to come up with a soil erosion control plan. Maybe I passed it out to somebody.
so they were putting they're putting a temporary silt fencing in that area to stop any potential flow. Right now, there hasn't been anything flowing.
So are they going to file for permits, put an application then?
Yes.
They may need to in the long run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the important point to what stop the erosion, and Laura, that's what we spoke about. You want to stop the immediate problem first, and we'll deal with the jurisdictional issues later.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the property we're talking about, this is where they were doing the work. You see that little ball like spot, the brook is right down the bottom of that. Okay, so, behind it, you'll see what they did quickly, a little sketch for us. For them to be able to put the silt fence up, and they're gonna do it down towards the bottom also with a 5-foot berm of wood chips. Because the slope is kind of steep.
Okay.
And we've been working with them.
Okay. Keep us posted. All right, adjournment.
Adjourn.
Ryan, second?
Second.
Please. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Adjourned at 10:10.
Thank
All
you,
right.
everybody.
Good night. Night.
Good night.
Night.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.